Tonight, we're venturing into that darkness. We've gathered a collection of true camping stories that will remind you that sometimes the most terrifying things aren't just in the movies. These are real experiences from people who went looking for an escape and found something they never expected. So, get comfortable, turn down the lights, and get ready for true camping horror stories for a dark summer night. My name is Maya Richardson, and this is not a confession, but a record. A testimony, perhaps. Because when the official reports are filed, and the world moves on, some truths get left behind, buried in the silt at the bottom of a cold, dark lake. It has been exactly 1 year since Leo drowned. 12 months since the profound, unnatural stillness of Echo Lake swallowed him whole, leaving behind nothing but a ripple that faded far too quickly. The coroner's report, a document I have read until the ink has blurred and the paper has softened with the moisture from my own hands, called it an accident. A tragic misstep on a slippery, moss-covered rock during a spontaneous late-night swim. That's the story they tell. It's the story my mother clings to, the one my therapist encourages me to accept. It's a neat, tidy explanation that cauterizes the wound and allows for healing. But I was there. I stood on that shore, the damp night air clinging to my skin like a shroud, and I saw the water. It wasn't just water that night. It was a sheet of polished obsidian. A black mirror that didn't reflect the sliver of moon above, but seemed to absorb its light, to drink it down into its depths. The lake didn't just take him, it invited him. It whispered promises of peace to a soul that was anything but peaceful. And he, in his grief and recklessness, accepted the invitation. So I came back. I had to. The decision was a quiet one, made in the dead of night, when the city sounds faded and the silence of my apartment began to feel just like the silence of the lake. Everyone in my life, the small circle of people who still bothered to check in, called it a terrible idea, a pilgrimage to a place of trauma, a morbid form of self-torture. My mother wept on the phone, her voice a thin, reedy thing, begging me not to go. "There's nothing there for you, Maya," she'd pleaded. "Only ghosts." She was more right than she knew. But they didn't understand. I wasn't seeking comfort, and I wasn't trying to relive the horror. I needed to understand that stillness. I needed to stand before it, to feel its pull, and to find out why it took him and left me. I pitched my tent in the exact same spot, Site 7, a small clearing nestled under the heavy, drooping boughs of ancient pine trees that seemed to perpetually weep sap. The air was thick and heavy, saturated with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the faint, metallic tang of the lake itself. It was the same smell that had clung to Leo's clothes when the divers finally brought him out, a scent that had burrowed itself into my memory. As I hammered the stakes into the soft ground, each thud of the mallet felt like a heartbeat, loud and intrusive in the suffocating quiet. The first day was a study in emptiness. The silence wasn't merely an absence of noise. It was a physical weight, a pressure that pushed in on me from all sides, making my chest feel tight and my breathing shallow. Every snap of a twig under the weight of some unseen creature, every rustle of a squirrel in the canopy above, felt like a gunshot in a vast, silent cathedral. I spent the hours in a daze, walking the perimeter of the small campsite, my boots scuffing paths in the dirt. I kept expecting to hear his laugh, that booming, infectious sound that used to echo across this very lake. a sound so full of life it felt like it could never be extinguished. But there was nothing, just the oppressive, watchful quiet of the woods and the water. I tried to eat, but the food tasted like ash in my mouth. I tried to read, but the words on the page were a meaningless jumble of letters. My gaze was constantly drawn back to the lake, its surface a placid, unreadable face. It was waiting. I could feel it. The entire forest seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for the sun to dip below the horizon. As dusk began to bleed through the trees, painting the sky in bruised shades of purple and orange, a deep, primal chill set in. It was more than just the dropping temperature. It was a cold that seemed to radiate from the lake itself. A damp, deep cold that my campfire seemed powerless to combat. I huddled close to the flames, watching them dance and spit, casting long, distorted shadows that writhed like living things at the edge of the clearing. Later, zipped tight in my sleeping bag, the cold seeping up from the ground and into my bones, I heard it for the very first time. Maya. It was a whisper, as faint and insidious as the breeze rustling the nylon fabric of the tent. But it wasn't the wind. The sound had texture, a shape. It was his voice. I sat bolt upright, my body rigid, my heart a frantic drum hammering against my ribs. My breath hitched in my throat. For a moment, I couldn't move, couldn't think. Then, my hand, trembling uncontrollably, fumbled for the heavy, duty flashlight beside my sleeping mat. I thumbed it on, and its powerful beam cut a stark, white path through the darkness, illuminating the fine mesh of the tent's window. I scrambled forward, pressing my face against the screen, and swept the light back and forth across the tree line. Nothing. Just the impenetrable black wall of the forest. The gnarled trunks of the pines stood like silent sentinels, their needles absorbing the light, giving nothing back. There was no sign of movement, no sound but my own ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of my own pulse in my ears. I told myself it was the wind. It had to be the wind. Grief, I knew, was a powerful hallucinogen. It could twist sounds, conjure smells, and paint familiar faces onto the shadows. It was my exhausted, traumatized mind playing tricks on me, dredging up the sound I most longed and most feared to hear. I repeated it to myself like a mantra, my lips forming the words in the frigid darkness of the tent. It's the wind. It's just the wind. But the explanation felt hollow, a lie I was telling myself out of sheer terror. I didn't sleep again until the first weak rays of the morning sun began to filter through the canopy, a gray and reluctant dawn that promised no warmth at all. The second day was worse than the first. The silence was no longer empty. It felt charged, expectant, as if the entire forest was leaning in, listening. Sleep had been a forgotten country, a distant land I couldn't find my way back to. Every time I had drifted towards its borders, the whisper of my name would echo in my mind, jolting me back to a state of hyper-awareness. The sun, when it finally rose, offered no comfort. Its light seeming thin and watery as it struggled to pierce the dense canopy of pine. I emerged from the tent feeling hollowed out, my nerves frayed to raw, buzzing ends. The world felt unreal, as though I were watching it through a distorted lens. The vibrant green of the moss seemed too green, the deep brown of the tree bark too dark, and the silence was a living entity, pressing in on me. I knew I couldn't spend another day cowering in the small radius of my campsite. The lake was the reason I was here. It was the heart of the matter, the silent, cold witness. I had to face it. I forced myself to walk the perimeter of the lake, my boots sinking into the soft, damp mud at the water's edge. The path was uneven, littered with tangled roots and slick stones. With each step, I felt as though I were being watched, not by any creature of the woods, but by the lake itself. Its vast, unblinking surface followed my progress, a sheet of dark, knowing glass. Eventually, I reached the cluster of rocks. His rocks, a jumble of gray granite slabs that jutted out into the water like broken teeth. This was where he had gone in. I stood there for a long time, my arms wrapped around myself, the wind whipping strands of hair across my face. The water was deceptively clear today. I could see smooth, rounded stones on the bottom, a few feet down, and the gentle sway of submerged weeds. It looked so peaceful, so harmless, a perfect picture of rustic serenity. But the stillness was there, that same profound, unbroken surface that didn't seem to reflect the sky so much as absorb it. It was a void disguised as water. I remembered the way he had laughed just before, a wild, reckless sound born of too much whiskey, and a grief he couldn't articulate. He had wanted to feel something other than the pain of his brother's death. And the icy shock of the lake had been his chosen remedy, a remedy that had become a poison. I stayed until the sun began its descent, the chill from the water intensifying as the light faded. Returning to my campsite, I felt a new kind of dread coiling in my stomach. The approaching night was no longer just a period of darkness. It was an appointment. That night, the whisper came again, and it was closer. I was huddled in my sleeping bag, fully clothed, my flashlight clutched in my hand like a talisman. I had been fighting sleep, my eyes gritty and sore, when the voice slipped through the fabric of the tent. "Maya, I'm cold." A sob tore from my throat, raw and involuntary. This time, there was no room for doubt, no comforting lie about the wind to cling to. It was him. The voice was laden with a chilling, watery echo, the words drawn out as if spoken through a great depth. I could feel the truth of it in the marrow of my bones, in the sudden, icy grip of terror that seized my heart. I unzipped the tent in a single, frantic motion and stumbled out into the frigid night air. The moon was a pale, sickly sliver, casting long, skeletal shadows that danced and writhed at the edges of my vision. The lake was a void, a patch of absolute blackness carved out of the world. "Lio," I called out, my voice a trembling, pathetic thing that the vast silence swallowed instantly. "Lio, is that you?" The only answer was the echo of my own desperate plea, bouncing back from the far shore, distorted and mocking. I stood there for what felt like hours, shivering uncontrollably, wrapped in a thin blanket I'd snatched from the tent. I stared at the water, my eyes straining to pierce the oppressive darkness, searching for a sign, a ripple, anything. There was nothing. The stillness remained absolute. The doubt began to creep back in, a more insidious poison than the fear. Was I going crazy? Had the grief and the solitude finally fractured my mind? Maybe everyone was right. Maybe this was a pilgrimage to madness. The third night, I didn't even try to sleep. I built the fire up until it was a roaring blaze, a desperate circle of light and warmth against the encroaching cold and dark. I sat on a log, nursing a lukewarm cup of tea in my trembling hands, my gaze fixed on the lake. I would not be caught unaware this time. I would meet whatever was coming with my eyes wide open. For hours, there was nothing but the crackle and hiss of the fire and the oppressive weight of the silence. The stillness of the lake was perfect, unnatural. Not a ripple, not a tremor. It was the stillness of a held breath, of a predator waiting for its moment to strike. And then it came. "Why did you let me go, Maya?" The voice was directly behind me, so close I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck. I spun around, a scream catching in my throat, and dropped my mug. It shattered on the rocks, the sound shockingly loud in the quiet. There was no one there. The fire hissed and spat, casting flickering, distorted shapes onto the trees that seemed to twist into monstrous forms. I didn't.
I tried to help you.
I screamed into the darkness, the words tearing from me in a ragged torrent of guilt and fear. You just watched. The voice whispered, and this time, it was different. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the trees, from the air, and most terrifyingly, from the water itself. You stood on the shore and you watched. And that was it. The splinter of truth lodged in the heart of the nightmare. I had frozen. He had slipped, the sound of his head hitting the rock a sickening, hollow crack. He had gone under without a sound. And for a second, maybe two, an eternity, I had just stood there, paralyzed by a shock so profound it felt like my own bones had turned to ice. Then I had started screaming, my voice thin and useless against the vastness of the night. By the time I had finally waded into the freezing water, thrashing blindly, it was already too late. I was scared. I cried, the tears finally breaking free, streaming down my face and freezing on my cheeks.
I was so scared!
As if in answer to my confession, the water began to change. The glassy, inert surface started to ripple, not from wind, but from something moving underneath. A disturbance. A dark patch began to form in the center of the lake, a stain of deeper blackness that grew and spread like ink in water. Come in, Maya. It's not so cold once you get used to it. We can be still together. The voice was no longer a whisper. It was a clear, calm, and terrifyingly gentle invitation. And it was coming from the dark shape in the water. My eyes, wide with terror, were locked on it. I could see it now. It wasn't a shadow or a patch of weeds. It was him. A silhouette of him, impossibly, was rising from the depths. Standing on the surface of the lake, his form made of the lake's own darkness. And he was beckoning to me with one shadowy hand. For a long moment that stretched into an eternity, I was frozen, rooted to the spot by a force more powerful than fear. It was a horrifying, magnetic pull. My mind screamed a frantic, silent litany of no, 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 but my body was leaden, unresponsive. The silhouette of Leo, a figure woven from the very fabric of the lake's darkness, stood upon the water, his hand outstretched in that calm, beckoning gesture. The fire behind me crackled and spat, its warm light a fragile, pathetic barrier against the absolute cold that radiated from the figure on the lake. The world had narrowed to this single, impossible tableau. The dying fire, the impenetrable woods, and the man I loved, or the thing wearing his shape, standing where no man could stand. I don't know if it was real. Even now, with the memory seared into my brain, I can't be certain if I was sane in that moment. All I know is what I saw and what I heard. The voice, his voice, continued its serene, terrible invitation. Not as a sound that traveled through the air, but as a thought planted directly into my mind. It's so quiet here, Maya. All the noise is gone. The guilt, you can let it go. You can just let it sink. We can be still together, forever. And a part of me, a dark, exhausted, grief, hollowed part of me, was tempted. The thought of an end to the pain, an end to the sleepless nights, and the days spent drowning in guilt. was a siren's song. To simply stop fighting, to let the cold water take me, to be still, it was a seductive promise. I could see it, feel it. The release, the quiet, the final, peaceful sinking into oblivion. My foot, of its own accord, lifted from the muddy ground, ready to take a step towards the shore, towards him. Then the figure moved. It took a step towards me, its form gliding impossibly over the surface of the water. The movement was fluid, unnatural, and it shattered the spell. The primal, animal part of my brain, the part that had been stunned into silence, roared back to life. This was not Leo. Leo was gone. This was something else. This was the lake. This was the stillness, and it wanted to consume me just as it had consumed him. The terror that broke through was pure, unreasoning, and it gave me back my body. I didn't make a conscious decision to run. One moment I was standing by the fire. The next I was sprinting away from it, away from the lake, and into the suffocating darkness of the woods. I left everything. The tent, my gear, the shattered pieces of my mug glinting in the firelight. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I was afraid that if I did, I would see him walking out of the water and onto the shore, coming for me. I ran blindly, branches whipping at my face and arms, tearing at my clothes. My lungs burned with the effort, each breath a ragged, painful gasp of frigid air. The forest was a maze of skeletal trees and grasping shadows. I stumbled over roots, my ankles twisting, but I scrambled back to my feet each time, propelled by sheer adrenaline. The sounds of the forest at night, usually a source of comfort, were now a symphony of horrors. Every snap of a twig was a footstep behind me. Every rustle of leaves was the lake itself, reaching for me with watery tendrils. I could feel its presence, a vast, cold intelligence that extended far beyond its shores, watching me, judging my frantic escape. The whisper followed me, no longer a gentle invitation, but a persistent, insidious hiss that seemed to come from all directions at once. You can't run from me, Maya. I'm in your memory. I'm in your guilt. You'll carry me with you. I finally burst through the tree line and into the small, gravel parking area where my car was parked. It looked alien under the pale moonlight, a metal shell of safety in a world that had gone mad. My hands were trembling so violently, I could barely fit the key in the lock. The sound of the door clicking open was the loudest, most beautiful sound I had ever heard. I threw myself inside, locking the doors, my chest heaving. For a second, I just sat there, my forehead pressed against the cold steering wheel, sucking in air. My eyes flickered up to the rearview mirror. The clearing was empty. The path I had just emerged from was just a dark opening in the trees. There was nothing there, but I knew it was watching. I jammed the key into the ignition, the engine roaring to life with a sound that felt like a defiant scream against the oppressive silence. I didn't bother with headlights. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spinning on the gravel, and then sped down the long, winding dirt road that led away from Echo Lake. I drove until the sun came up, a raw, red wound on the horizon. I didn't stop for gas. I didn't stop for coffee. I just drove, putting as many miles as I could between me and that place. And I haven't stopped looking in my rearview mirror since. It's been 6 months since that night. I live in a new city, in an apartment on the 7th floor, as far from the ground and from still water as I can get. The official story is that I had a breakdown, a grief-induced psychotic episode. My therapist uses terms like survivor's guilt and auditory hallucinations. I nod and I agree. because it's easier than trying to explain a silhouette made of darkness that walks on water. But I know what I heard. Sometimes, when the city quiets down in the dead of night, when the traffic fades and the building groans, I can still hear him. Or it. The voice is faint now, a distant echo. He tells me he's waiting for me. He tells me about the perfect, peaceful stillness at the bottom of Echo Lake, a place where there is no pain and no memory. And a part of me, a dark, tired, broken part of me, wants to go back and join him. My name is Caleb Hayes. This isn't a confession, nor is it a plea for understanding. I suppose you could call it a record. A final account of an experience that fractured my reality. For the better part of a decade, long-distance hiking was not just a hobby. It was my vocation, my sanctuary, the very bedrock of my identity. I have walked this continent's spine, from the humid, ancient forests of the Appalachian Trail to the sun-scorched grandeur of the Pacific Crest. I have navigated by stars, filtered water from glacial streams, and learned the intricate language of the wild. I know the woods. I understand the subtle shift in the air that precedes a storm, the distinct tracks of a cougar versus a wolf, the symphony of sounds that constitutes a healthy, living forest at night. I know the feeling of true, unadulterated solitude, a state most people fear but which I actively sought. It was in that profound silence, miles from any human soul, that I felt most alive. Fear, I thought, was a known quantity to me. I had felt its electric jolt when a grizzly, so and her cubs ambled onto the trail, less than 20 yards ahead, the mother's eyes locking with mine, in a moment of primal negotiation. I had known its sickening lurch, when a section of trail gave way beneath my boots, sending me skidding towards a precipice with nothing but crumbling shale for purchase. I had experienced the cold, creeping dread of realizing the sun was setting, and the landmarks on my map no longer matched the terrain before me. These were tangible fears, logical and immediate threats that could be assessed, managed, and, with skill and a little luck, overcome. They were the price of admission for the beauty and freedom the wilderness offered. I had always paid it willingly. What I was about to encounter, however, was a different currency of terror altogether. It was a fear born not of the physical world, but of the spaces in between, of the silence that listens back. I was wrong about what fear was. I was a child playing with matches, thinking I understood fire. This particular trek was meant to be a palate, a return to basics. It was a 2-week solo journey through a remote, seldom used section of the Rocky Mountains in northern Montana. The trail was a faint whisper on most maps, a route that promised the kind of isolation I crave, after a long winter spent in the city's suffocating embrace. For the first 5 days, it was nothing short of paradise. The world unfolded before me in a panorama of rugged peaks, their granite faces streaked with snow even in the height of summer. The air was so crisp and clean it felt like a tonic, scented with the sharp, resinous perfume of pine and the damp, loamy smell of the forest floor. My daily rhythm was simple and pure: walk, filter water, eat, make camp, sleep. The only sounds were the rhythmic crunch of my boots on the packed earth, the whisper of the wind through the lodgepole pines, and the steady, reassuring beat of my own heart. This was it. This was the solitude I had come for, the deep and abiding peace that could only be found by walking away from the world of men. The change began on the 6th day. It was insidious, a thread of dissonance woven into a perfect tapestry. It started as a feeling, a subtle prickling on the back of my neck. The kind of instinctual awareness that tells you you are no longer alone. You experience this sensation often in the wild. It's usually a deer, a marmot, or even a curious fox, their senses detecting your intrusion long before you see them. The feeling is fleeting, a moment of mutual recognition before the animal melts back into the undergrowth and the sense of being watched dissipates. But this was different. This feeling did not pass. It clung to me like a shroud, a constant, unseen pressure that followed me with every step. I would stop abruptly, my hand hovering over the can of bear spray on my hip belt, and slowly scan the dense tree line. I saw nothing but the gentle sway of branches, the dance of light and shadow on the forest floor. Yet, the feeling remained, a silent, unwavering gaze that seemed to emanate from the trees themselves. I tried to rationalize it. It's the altitude, I told myself. It's the fatigue. It's the simple paranoia that can set in after nearly a week of total isolation. But my instincts, honed by thousands of miles on the trail, screamed a different story. That night, I made camp beside a small, fast-moving creek, its gurgling a welcome addition to the otherwise unnerving silence. As dusk began to bleed across the sky, painting the clouds in bruised shades of purple and orange, I heard a sound that was definitively not part of forest's usual evening symphony. It was a snap. Not the gentle crackle of a twig under a small animal's paw, but the loud, deliberate fracture of a large branch. It was a heavy, resonant sound, imbued with a sense of weight and purpose. It was too forceful for a deer, too sharp and sudden for a lumbering bear. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the sudden quiet. I snatched my headlamp from my pack, its beam cutting a sharp, white cone through the gathering darkness. My other hand closed around the cold metal of the bear spray canister. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding thin and foolish. Only the murmur of the creek answered. I swept the light in a slow, methodical arc, probing the shadows between the massive trunks of the pines. Nothing. No gleaming eyes, no hulking shape, no movement at all. But the feeling of being watched had intensified tenfold. It was no longer a vague sensation. It was a palpable, suffocating presence. I felt pinned by it, a specimen under a microscope. I endured a sleepless, tormented night, starting at every rustle of leaves, every hoot of a distant owl. Sleep offered no escape, only a series of fitful, anxiety-ridden dozes. It was in the liminal space just before dawn, that gray ethereal moment between night and day, that another sound pulled me from my shallow rest. It was a voice, faint and thin. Carried on the morning breeze, it was a sound so fundamentally wrong it defied all logic. It was a high, keening wail that twisted and warped the air, and it almost sounded like my mother calling my name from a great distance. Caleb. My blood turned to ice in my veins. A cold, paralyzing dread washed over me, more potent than any fear I had ever known. My mother had died of cancer 5 years ago. I had held her hand as she took her last breath. The sound was a violation, a desecration of a sacred memory. I lay there, frozen in my sleeping bag, listening to the silence that followed, a silence that was now heavier, more menacing than any sound could ever be. The forest was no longer my sanctuary. It was a tomb, and something ancient and malevolent was awake within it. Panic is a corrosive acid. It dissolves reason, burns away years of training, and leaves behind only the raw, twitching nerve of survival. I didn't pack up my campsite that morning. I fled it. As soon as the first weak rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, I crammed my sleeping bag and tent into my pack with frantic, clumsy hands, not bothering to roll or fold them. Straps were left dangling, buckles were half fastened. My only goal was to put as much distance as possible between myself and the place where my mother's ghost had called to me from the trees. I abandoned any pretense of enjoying the hike, of being one with nature. I was no longer a visitor in the wilderness. I was an invader, a trespasser in a territory governed by an ancient and malevolent intelligence. I practically ran down the trail, my trekking poles stabbing at the ground in a desperate, uncoordinated rhythm. My controlled breathing, the hiker's metronome, was replaced by ragged, panicked gasps that tore at my lungs. All day, the feeling of being watched was my constant companion. It was no longer a subtle prickling on my neck. It was a heavy, physical weight pressing down on my shoulders, a suffocating blanket of pure malice. It was a shadow that moved, just at the edge of my vision, a flicker of movement in the periphery that vanished whenever I turned my head. The forest, which only days before had felt like a cathedral of peace, now seemed a labyrinth of threats. Every rustle of leaves was a footstep, every shadow a lurking figure. The wind, as it moaned through the high branches, seemed to carry whispers I couldn't quite decipher, fragments of words that teased the edge of my hearing. I pushed myself relentlessly, ignoring the burning in my thighs and the growing ache in my back. I didn't stop for lunch, merely chewed on a dry energy bar as I walked, my eyes constantly scanning the dense woods that hemmed me in on both sides. The solitude I had once cherished had become a curse, a vast, empty stage for my terror to unfold upon. Late that afternoon, exhaustion finally forced me to slow my pace. I was nearing a small, marshy clearing where the trail became muddy and indistinct. And that's when I found the first sign. There, pressed deep into a patch of dark, wet earth, were 3 tracks. My blood ran cold, and the air seemed to crystallize in my lungs. They were vaguely humanoid in shape, but grotesquely distorted. Each print was nearly twice the size of my own boot, with 3 long, splayed toes that ended not in blunt human digits, but in deep, vicious impressions left by what could only be described as claws. The stride between them was immense, far longer than any man could make. But the most terrifying detail was their freshness. The edges of the tracks were still sharp and clear, with small beads of water slowly seeping into the depressions. Whatever had made them was close. It was hunting me. And it was no animal I had ever about in any guidebook. I made camp that evening in a state of heightened paranoia, choosing a spot in a small cluster of boulders that offered at least a psychological barrier against the encroaching darkness. I built a fire, a much larger one than I normally would, feeding it logs until it roared and spat embers into the night sky, pushing back the oppressive shadows. But the light offered little comfort. It only served to create a deeper, more impenetrable wall of blackness just beyond its reach, a place where anything could be hiding. The voice came again that night, and it was worse, infinitely worse, than my mother's phantom call. It was clearer this time, slithering out of the darkness with a chilling intimacy. It mimicked my father's gruff, no-nonsense tone, a voice I hadn't heard since he passed away 2 years after my mother. "Son, you need to come home now." The sound was a perfect replica, yet it was hollow, a soulless echo devoid of the warmth and love that had defined the man. A wave of nausea and grief washed over me. Then, the voice shifted, twisting itself into the higher, softer cadence of my younger sister, Sarah. "Caleb, I'm scared. Please come find me." It was a grotesque medley of the people I loved most, a targeted, psychological assault that weaponized my most private memories against me. This was not a random haunting. This thing knew me. It was peeling back the layers of my mind and feasting on my sorrow. It was then that a half-forgotten memory surfaced. A story an old park ranger in the Adirondacks had told me years ago. We were sharing a campfire, and he had spoken in a low, dead, serious voice about the ancient spirits of the lonely places. He warned of a hunger that lived in the deep woods, a malevolent entity born of starvation, desperation, and the ultimate taboo, cannibalism. He called it the Wendigo. He said it was a creature of eternal, knowing hunger, a gaunt, skeletal being that was a mockery of the human form. Its most insidious trait, he'd said, was its ability to mimic human voices, to perfectly replicate the sounds of a loved one, in distress to lure its prey out into the darkness. It was a hunter of the soul as much as the flesh. At the time, I had dismissed it as a classic campfire story, a spooky tale to unnerve the tourists. Now huddled by my fire in the heart of the Montana Rockies, listening to the phantom voices of my dead parents and my living sister, I wasn't so sure. The ranger's words echoed in my mind. It's always starving, always hunting. The third night of the haunting was the one that broke me. The voices stopped. The sudden, absolute silence was somehow more terrifying than the mimicry had been. It was a silence full of anticipation, the held breath before the predator strikes. Then, a new sound began, a sound that bypassed my ears and resonated deep within my bones. It was a low, wet, guttural clicking, like a large insect chittering, but with a deeper, more organic resonance. The sound was accompanied by a smell, a foul, coppery stench of decay, and rotting meat that drifted in on the breeze, making me gag. It was circling my campsite, just beyond the reach of the firelight. I could hear its footsteps, heavy and uneven. One foot seemed to drag slightly, a scuffing, shuffling sound that followed each heavy tread. I sat frozen, clutching the cold, unforgiving steel of my hunting knife. My breath held tight in my chest. The clicking grew louder, closer, until it stopped directly outside the ring of boulders, just feet from where I sat. I couldn't see it, but I could feel its presence, a palpable cold spot in the air that seemed to suck all the warmth from the fire, all the courage from my heart. The fabric of my tent, pitched a few feet away, suddenly indented, a deep, concave shape pressing inward, as if something immense and heavy was leaning against it. That was the moment my sanity finally snapped. In that single heart-stopping moment, the carefully constructed edifice of my decade, long experience as a woodsman, my self-perception as a rational and capable man, was utterly demolished. The sight of the tent wall pressing inward, imbued with a silent, patient weight, was the final catalyst. I didn't plan. A raw, animalistic scream, a sound of pure, undiluted terror I didn't recognize as my own, tore from my throat. It was the sound of a creature being torn apart. With that scream, I lunged forward, my hunting knife held in a white, knuckled grip. I slashed wildly at the tent wall, the nylon ripping with a sound like a zipper being violently torn open. I didn't aim for the door. I simply created an escape. I scrambled through the gash I'd made, tumbling out onto the cold, hard ground, leaving everything behind. My pack, my food, my maps, my entire life's worth of carefully selected gear. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The fear was so absolute, so paralyzing, that I knew if I saw the thing that had been leaning against my tent, my heart would simply stop. I ran. I ran blindly into the pitch black forest, away from the feeble light of my dying fire. Branches whipped at my face and arms, tearing at my clothes and skin, but I felt no pain. Adrenaline was a roaring inferno in my veins, overriding every sensation except for the all-consuming need to flee. The forest, my once beloved sanctuary, was now a treacherous alien landscape. Roots snaked out of the ground to trip me, and low, hanging branches seemed to claw at my eyes. Behind me, I heard a sound that spurred me on. A sound that will haunt my nightmares until the day I die. It was a shriek of fury and frustration, a high, piercing cry that was a horrifying amalgam of animal rage and human, like intelligence. Then came the sounds of pursuit, the heavy, loping gait, the sickening drag of that one foot, and the wet, guttural clicking, now faster, more excited. It was chasing me. The voices started again, no longer trying to lure me, but to taunt me. They twisted the loving tones of my family into cruel, mocking jeers. My mother's voice, now sharp and cold. "You were always a disappointment, Caleb." My father's gruff tone, laced with contempt. "You can't run from this, boy. You're weak." My sister's voice, crying in mock terror.
It's going to get you, Caleb!
"It's right behind you." The psychological warfare was relentless, designed to break my spirit, to make me stumble, to make me give up. I sobbed as I ran, tears and sweat blurring my vision, my lungs burning as if I were inhaling fire. I ran for what felt like hours. My only guide, the faint, silvery light of the moon filtering through the dense canopy. I stumbled, fell hard onto the unforgiving ground, felt the sharp agony of my knees striking a rock, but scrambled back to my feet and kept running. The sounds of my pursuer seemed to fade at times, giving me a fleeting, desperate hope, only to grow louder again, sometimes seeming to come from my left, then my right, as if it were toying with me, hurting me. Sometime deep in the night, I burst out of the tree line and found myself on a steep, open slope of loose rock and scree. With no other option, I plunged down it, half running, half sliding, sending a cascade of stones, clattering into the darkness below. The noise was a terrifying announcement of my position, but it was a gamble I had to take. I lost my footing and tumbled head over heels, my body battered and bruised by the sharp, edged rocks. I finally came to a stop at the bottom of the slope, dazed and bleeding, my body screaming in protest. I lay there for a moment, gasping for air, convinced that the creature would be upon me at any second. But the night was silent. The clicking had stopped. The voices were gone. There was only the ringing in my ears and the frantic thumping of my own heart. I didn't know if I had lost it, or if it had simply given up the chase, its game finished for the night. I didn't wait to find out. I pushed myself to my feet and began to stumble onward, driven by the last dregs of adrenaline and fear. I have no clear memory of the hours that followed. It is a disjointed montage of pain, exhaustion, and terror. I remember wading through an ice cold stream, the shock of the water momentarily clearing my head. I remember collapsing in a thicket of ferns, my body shaking uncontrollably. I remember the sky slowly turning from inky black to a bruised, pre-dawn purple. Sometime after the sun had risen, casting long, accusing shadows through the trees, I stumbled out of the woods and collapsed on the gritty shoulder of a dirt service road. I had no idea where I was or how far I had run. I simply lay there, a broken thing, waiting for the end. A logging truck found me a few hours later. The driver, a large man with a kind, weathered face, told me later that he thought he'd found a body. He said I was delirious, my face and arms covered in deep scratches, my clothes torn to ribbons. He said I was babbling incoherently about a dragging foot, about voices in the wind, and a hunger that lived in the trees. He wrapped me in a blanket, gave me some water, and drove me to the nearest town, where he handed me over to the local sheriff. They never found my campsite. A search party, guided by my rough description of the area, went out for 2 days. They reported back that a freak, localized thunderstorm had moved through the mountains, causing flash floods that had washed away any tracks, any sign that I, or anything else, had ever been there. My expensive gear, my tent, my pack, all of it was gone, erased from the landscape as if it had never existed. The official report listed my experience as a case of exposure and altitude-induced psychosis. A cautionary tale about the dangers of solo hiking. I don't hike anymore. The call of the wild has been replaced by a deep and abiding fear of quiet places. I can't stand the smell of pine or the sound of the wind in the trees. I have moved to the city, where the constant noise and light keep the deepest shadows at bay. But sometimes, on cold, windy nights when the city's hum dies down, I think I can hear it. A faint, high, keening wail carried on the wind, a sound that almost, but not quite, sounds like it's calling my name. It's a hunger that never sleeps, a malevolence that waits patiently in the lonely places of the world. And I know, with a chilling certainty that has settled deep into the marrow of my bones, that it remembers my taste. My name is Liam Carter. To be perfectly honest, I'm no one special. I'm a creature of spreadsheets and deadlines. A man whose life has been meticulously curated into a series of predictable, rectangular boxes. The apartment I live in, the cubicle I work in, the screen I stare at for 10 hours a day. The city has a way of grinding you down, of replacing the scent of rain and earth with the sterile hum of air conditioning and the perpetual odor of hot asphalt. I was fraying at the edges, my patience worn thin as an old t-shirt. I needed silence, not the city's version of silence, which is just a lower decibel cacophony, but a profound soul, deep quiet that could only be found under a canopy of ancient trees. That's why I was driving. No destination, no GPS, just a full tank of gas and a trunk full of tamping gear I hadn't touched in years. I turned off the highway onto a state road, then onto a county road, and then on a whim onto a narrow, unpaved lane that was little more than a suggestion of a path. The trees pressed in on both sides, their branches interlocking overhead to form a verdant tunnel. Sunlight dappled the dusty track ahead, and for the first time in what felt like a lifetime, I felt the tight knot in my shoulders begin to loosen. It was on that forgotten back road that I found it. I almost missed it entirely. A faded wooden sign, half swallowed by ivy and leaning at a wary angle, that looked less like an invitation and more like a tombstone. In letters bleached by sun and scarred by rain, it read, Whispering Pines Public Campground. The name itself was a cliché, something you'd find in a brochure, but the sign felt ancient, a relic from a time before highways and cell service. It looked peaceful, forgotten, perfect. The lane twisted for another half-mile, the gravel popping and crunching under my tires, before opening into a clearing. There was no grand entrance, no friendly ranger station, no gate. The campground simply began. It was a collection of flattened clearings, scattered amongst towering pines, each with a stone, ringed fire pit, and a moss-covered picnic table. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, and it was utterly, completely empty. A thrill of perfect solitude shot through me. This was exactly what I needed. Near the entrance, a weathered bulletin board stood sentinel, its cork pockmarked and stained. A single, laminated sheet of paper was tacked to its center. Campground rules. I ambled over, pulling a few crumpled bills from my wallet to stuff into the rusted self-pay box next to it. I figured I should at least glance at the rules. Most were standard, the kind of thing you see everywhere. 1. Pack it in, pack it out. Fair enough, I'm not a slob. 2. Quiet hours after 10 p.m. Not going to be a problem. 3. No fires outside designated pits. Common sense. I was about to turn away, satisfied, when my eyes caught the next line. The font was the same, the lamination just as aged, but the tone shifted from bureaucratic to bizarre. 4. Do not feed the wildlife, no matter what they look like. I paused, rereading it. No matter what they look like. What else would they look like besides squirrels and deer? Was I going to find a bear in a business suit? A raccoon walking on its hind legs? It was oddly specific, unsettling in a way I couldn't quite name. I shook my head, a small laugh escaping my lips. Must be a local joke. 5. If you hear singing after midnight, stay in your tent and do not make a sound. The laugh died in my throat. This was more elaborate than a simple joke. It was trying to build a narrative, to plant a seed of fear in the minds of wary travelers. The image it conjured, a lone voice slicing through the midnight silence of the woods, was undeniably creepy. I felt a prickle of unease, the kind you get from a ghost story told well. 6. Do not attempt to count the trees. This one was the strangest of all. It was nonsensical. Why would anyone count the trees? And what would happen if they did? I instinctively let my gaze drift from the board to the surrounding forest. The pines stood in dense, silent ranks, their sheer number overwhelming. For a dizzying moment, as my eyes tried to focus on one, then another, then the space between, a wave of vertigo washed over me. The forest seemed to shimmer, the trees shifting and blending together. They were an impenetrable wall of bark and shadow. I blinked hard, shaking my head to clear it. It was just an optical illusion, a trick of the light and my own tired mind. Still, I made a conscious effort to look away from the forest's depths. Then came the final rule, the one that would later echo in my mind like a death knell. 7. If another camper approaches you after dark, do not acknowledge them. They are not real. I burst out laughing then, aloud. Genuine bark of amusement that sounded jarring in the profound silence. This was brilliant. It was a masterpiece of psychological prankery, designed to turn every snapping twig and hooting owl into a source of terror. They are not real. It was the perfect sign, off to a well-crafted piece of local folklore. I was impressed, and since I was the only person for what felt like miles, it was a piece of folklore I wouldn't have to worry about. Feeling a renewed sense of confidence, I chose a secluded spot at the far end of the clearing, a place where the woods formed a protective crescent around the campsite. I worked methodically, the familiar motions of setting up camp a comforting balm. I pitched my tent, unrolled my sleeping bag, and arranged my small camp kitchen on the picnic table. The profound silence of the deep woods settled around me. A weighted blanket that soothed my city, jangled nerves. As the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple. A thick fog rolled in. It didn't drift. It poured into the clearing like a silent, gray river, swallowing the trees and muffling the world in a damp, heavy blanket. The temperature dropped. Soon, my world was reduced to the small circle of light and warmth cast by my crackling campfire. The fog was so dense it felt solid, a wall between me and whatever lay beyond. The primeval feeling of being the only man in the world was both exhilarating and deeply unnerving. I cooked my dinner, the simple meal of beans and sausages tasting better than any restaurant fare. I sat by the fire for hours, nursing a warm drink, just watching the flames dance and listening to the hiss and crackle of the burning wood. It was everything I had wanted. Around 11 p.m., I was stoking the last embers, getting ready to turn in. The fog was as thick as ever, a swirling vortex of gray and black just beyond the reach of my firelight. That's when I saw it, a light bobbing through the trees. A single, pale orb moving slowly, deliberately through the impenetrable wall of fog. A headlamp. My heart gave a sudden, hard thump against my ribs. Another camper had arrived. So much for my perfect solitude. A figure emerged from the mist, stepping into the edge of my firelight. It was a man, tall and unnervingly gaunt, his frame swallowed by an old-fashioned flannel shirt. He stopped just at the boundary between light and shadow, his face half hidden. "Evening," he said. His voice was a dry rasp, like stones grinding together. "Mind if I share your fire?" Got in late, and just like that, the final rule flashed in my mind, bright and loud as a fire alarm. If another camper approaches you after dark, do not acknowledge them. They are not real. But this man, he was real. He was undeniably real. I could see the faint cloud of his breath condensing in the cold air. I could see the way his worn leather boots were damp with dew. Ignoring him felt absurd, a profound and deliberate act of rudeness. This wasn't some phantom. This was just another camper, probably as tired as I was. The rules were a joke, a silly prank. I was a rational adult. Sure, I heard myself say, the word pushing past the sudden dryness in my throat. I gestured with the stick I was using as a poker. "Pull up a log." He smiled, a thin, tight-lipped expression that didn't reach his eyes. He stepped fully into the light and sat down on the log opposite me. The rule had been broken. For a long moment, we just sat there in a silence broken only by the snap and hiss of the fire. The flames cast dancing shadows across his face, carving deep hollows under his cheekbones and in his eye sockets. His skin was pale, almost waxy in the flickering light. I tried to quell the irrational spike of fear in my gut. He was just a man. A strange man, perhaps, but a man nonetheless. My decision to invite him over was a simple act of human decency, a rejection of the silly, spooky rules on the board. "Name's Silas," he said, his voice still that same dry rasp. He extended a hand across the fire. I hesitated for a fraction of a second before reaching out and shaking it. His skin was shockingly cold, not just cool from the night air, but a deep cellar-like cold that seemed to leach the warmth from my own hand. His grip was firm, wary. "Liam," I replied, pulling my hand back and instinctively rubbing it on my jeans. "Liam Carter." "Pleasure." "Liam Carter," Silas said, that thin smile never wavering. "This is a quiet place, isn't it? Not many folks seem to find their way out here anymore." "That's what I was hoping for," I admitted, trying to sound casual. "Needed to get away from the city." "Ah, the city," he mused, staring into the flames. "A noisy, crowded place, full of distractions. Easy to get lost there." easy to be forgotten. Out here, it's different. Things aren't so easily forgotten in the woods. There was a strange weight to his words, a sense of history that made my skin crawl. We talked for a while after that. Or rather, he talked, and I listened, offering noncommittal grunts and nods. He told me stories about the area, old tales of the logging camps that had once dotted these hills a century ago. He spoke of harsh winters, of men lost to accident and exposure, of the immense, untamed wilderness. His stories were vivid, filled with details that felt too authentic for folklore. He spoke of the loggers not as historical figures, but as if he had known them personally. The creeping unease I'd felt earlier was now a constant, cold knot in my stomach. It was his eyes. They were dark, and as he stared at the fire, they reflected the flames, but there was no depth to them. And they never seemed to blink. He would hold his gaze for an unnervingly long time, perfectly still, a predator watching its prey, trying to break the strange spell he was weaving. I fumbled in my pack and pulled out a bag of marshmallows and a stick. "Marshmallow," I offered, holding the bag out to him. It felt like a test, a way to prove to myself that he was just a normal person. Silas turned his unblinking gaze from the fire to the bag in my hand. He stared at it for a long moment, his fixed smile unchanging. The firelight glinted in his dark eyes. "No, thank you," he said, his voice flat. "I don't eat." A chill that had nothing to do with the night air crawled up my spine and tightened the skin on my scalp. "I don't eat. Who says that? Not, I'm not hungry," or "No, thanks, I just ate." Just, I don't eat. The finality of it was terrifying. Every rational instinct in my brain was screaming at me now. The cold skin, the unblinking eyes, the strange, archaic way he spoke, and now this. The rules on the bulletin board didn't seem so funny anymore. "They are not real." "Right," I mumbled, my voice suddenly hoarse. "Well, I'm pretty beat. Think I'm going to turn in." I stood up, trying to keep my movements from looking as panicked as I felt. "You're welcome to the fire. It should last a little while longer." "I appreciate the hospitality, Liam Carter," Silas said, still seated, still staring. He didn't look at me, but back into the dying embers. "Sleep well." I practically scrambled into my tent, fumbling with the zipper and pulling it shut with a sharp, loud rasp. My heart was hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I crawled into my sleeping bag, my body trembling. I didn't dare look out the mesh window at first. I just lay there, listening. I could still see his silhouette against the faint, orange glow of the fire. He hadn't moved. He just sat there, perfectly still, a dark shape against the swirling fog, staring into the embers. An hour passed. He didn't move a muscle. I must have drifted off into a shallow, anxiety-ridden sleep because I was jolted fully awake by a sound. It was singing. A high, ethereal, wordless melody. It came from deep in the woods, a sound of haunting, sorrowful beauty that cut through the fog-drenched silence. It was both beautiful and utterly terrifying. Rule 85. If you hear singing after midnight, stay in your tent and do not make a sound. My breath hitched in my chest. My heart, which had just started to calm, was now a frantic drum against my sternum. Every nerve ending was on fire. I forced myself to move, slowly, cautiously, till I could peer through the mesh of my tent window. The campsite was different. The fire was out, leaving only a pile of black, smoking embers. The orange glow was gone, and the clearing was now bathed in a pale, sickly moonlight that filtered through the thick fog. And Silas was gone. The log where he had been sitting was empty. For a wild, hopeful second, I thought he had just left. That the singing was some strange natural phenomenon, a trick of the wind through the pines. But then my eyes adjusted to the gloom. There was someone else standing in my campsite. A woman, her back to me, stood where the fire had been. She was wearing a long, simple dress that looked white in the moonlight. Her long, dark hair hung down her back. She was the one singing. Her voice rose and fell, a lament that seemed to soak into the very ground. Then, another figure emerged from the trees on the far side of the clearing. And another. They moved without a sound, gliding over the pine needles and damp earth. They were pale, indistinct shapes in the gloom, their forms wavering slightly, like a heat haze in the cold night air. Soon, my campsite was filled with them. Dozens of silent, pale figures, all standing and staring. Not at the woman, but at my tent. They weren't campers. They were translucent. I could see the faint outlines of the trees behind them, right through their bodies. They were ghosts, phantoms. And I knew, with a certainty that turned my blood to ice, that I was looking at the subjects of Rule Fang 7. I clamped a hand over my mouth to stifle the scream that was clawing its way up my throat. I remembered the rules. Do not acknowledge them. Do not make a sound. I squeezed my eyes shut, as if not seeing them would make them disappear. I lay there, rigid with terror, for what felt like an eternity. The singing continued, a beautiful, horrifying lullaby that promised not sleep, but madness. My curiosity, a fatal human flaw, got the better of me. I had to look again. I opened my eyes a crack and peered back out the window. They hadn't moved. They just stood there, a silent, spectral audience. Then, one of the figures at the front of the crowd turned. It was Silas. He looked different now. His form was shimmering, translucent like the others. The moonlight shone through him. He looked directly at my tent, his eyes finding mine through the mesh with impossible accuracy. And his thin, tight, lipped smile widened. It stretched impossibly far across his gaunt face, revealing rows of teeth that were too long, too sharp. It was a predatory, triumphant grin. He raised a single pale, shimmering finger and pointed right at me. His mouth opened, and though no sound came out, I could read the single word he formed on his lips. Hello. I had broken Rule Fang 7. I had acknowledged him. The moment the unspoken word was formed, the singing stopped. The abrupt silence was more shocking than the sound itself. And all at once, every single figure in the clearing turned their heads in perfect, horrifying unison to face my tent. The silence that followed was a physical thing. It pressed in on me, heavier than the fog. A crushing weight that stole the air from my lungs. Every head, a sea of pale, shimmering faces, was turned towards me. Their eyes, dark voids in the moonlight, were locked onto my position. There was no expression on their faces. Not anger, not malice, just a blank, unified, and absolute focus. The woman in the white dress, the singer, had turned as well. Her song was over. The performance was done. Now it was time for the audience to participate. My mind, which had been racing with panic, went utterly blank. I was a rabbit frozen in the glare of a dozen headlights. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I could barely breathe. My entire universe had contracted to the thin nylon wall of my tent, and the legion of impossible things standing just beyond it. The rule I had broken, do not acknowledge them, felt like a cosmic law I had violated, and this was the inevitable, silent judgment. Then, they began to move. There was no rush, no charge. They glided forward in unison, a slow, inexorable drift across the clearing. They made no sound. Their feet, if they had feet, did not crunch on the pine needles or rustle the fallen leaves. They were a silent, advancing tide of mist and moonlight, an ancient malevolence. The woman in white was at the front, next to Silas, who still wore that impossibly wide, predatory grin. He kept his eyes locked on mine as he floated closer, his expression a mixture of triumph and hunger. I finally broke. A strangled sob escaped my lips, a pathetic, animal sound. I scrambled backward, crab walking into the far corner of the tent, until my back was pressed hard against the cold, damp fabric. I pulled my knees to my chest, curling into a ball, trying to make myself as small as possible. I squeezed my eyes shut, a child's defense against the monsters under the bed. But I knew these monsters were real, and the thin wall of my tent was no defense at all. I could feel a change in the air, a drop in temperature so profound it felt, as if I'd been plunged into icy water. The cold emanated from them, a supernatural frost that seeped through the tent walls. My breath plumed in front of my face, and a layer of ice began to crystallize on the inside of the mesh window. Then came the sound, a soft, dry scratching. Scritch, scrape. It was on the tent fabric, just to my left. I flinched violently, my eyes flying open. I couldn't see anything through the opaque material, but I could hear it with perfect, horrifying clarity. It was the sound of a long fingernail, or perhaps a sharpened twig, being dragged slowly across the nylon. Scritch, scrape, pause. The sound moved. It traveled along the side of the tent, heading towards the back where I was huddled. It was deliberate, exploratory. They were examining their cage. Or perhaps they were savoring the moment. My phone. The thought was a flash of light in the suffocating darkness of my terror. It was in my pocket. A lifeline. A connection to a world that was sane and real. A world where the sun rose and strangers were just strangers. My hands were trembling so violently I could barely control them, but I managed to fish it out of my pocket. The sudden glare of the screen was blinding. 3:47 a.m. I fumbled with the screen, my thumb slipping on the glass. Who could I call? The police. Hello, there are ghosts surrounding my tent. They'd think I was a drunk or a lunatic. And what good would they be? Could bullets harm a phantom? Could they race here in time? I knew with a chilling certainty that I was beyond any conventional help. The scratching stopped at the corner of the tent, right next to my head. I held my breath, listening. A new sound began. A soft, rhythmic thump, thump, thumping. It was one of them gently patting the fabric, testing its give. It was almost a playful gesture, the way a cat pats a cornered mouse. I am writing this now. It's a desperate, futile act, a message in a bottle thrown from a sinking ship. I don't know who will find this. Maybe no one. Maybe it will just be another piece of forgotten data when the battery finally dies. But I have to do something other than just sit here and wait for the end. The sun should have risen an hour ago. My phone says it's 6:12 a.m., but it is still pitch black outside. Not the gray of pre-dawn, but a deep, absolute blackness, as if the night has been permanently sealed over this small patch of woods. They have stolen the day. They haven't moved for a long time now. After their initial approach, they simply stopped, forming a tight, silent circle around my tent. They are just standing out there, waiting. I don't know what they're waiting for. Perhaps for my courage to fail completely. Perhaps they are just enjoying my terror. The cold is unbearable. I can see my breath clearly. and my fingers are numb as I type this. But the scratching has started again. It's different this time. It's not on the side of the tent anymore. It's at the front. It's a soft, insistent, scraping sound, right on the zipper. My name is Jordan Bell. To be more formal, my official title is Fire Lookout, assigned to the Two Forks Observation Tower, Sector 7 of the Canucks National Forest. This is my third summer holding the post. A seasonal contract that begins in the dry heat of early June and ends with the first snows of October. The tower itself is a 100-foot steel skeleton, a relic from the 1930s, perched precariously on the granite spine of a peak whose name no one remembers. The locals just call it the Needle. Below me, 1,000,000 acres of pine, fir, and tamarack spill across the landscape, a silent, green ocean stretching to every horizon. It's a lonely job, but that's the primary qualification. In my world, a 14 by 14 foot room of glass and steel, loneliness isn't a hardship. It's a constant companion, as much a part of the environment as the thin air and the endless sky. I like it that way. In the city, there's a different kind of isolation, the kind where you're surrounded by millions of people, yet feel utterly disconnected. It's a loud, frantic loneliness. Up here, the solitude is honest, it's pure. My only mandated contact with the outside world is a crackly radio check, in every morning at 08 Powders and every evening at 1800. I report the weather conditions, visibility, and confirm that I haven't fallen down the stairs or gone mad from the quiet. For the rest of the day, my time is my own. I read thick paperback novels, their pages softened by humidity and rereading. I watch the slow, deliberate march of cloud shadows across the valleys. I follow the flight of a lone eagle as it circles on the thermals, a master of its vast, empty kingdom. My world is one of routine and observation, a simple existence that I have come to cherish. The tower has become more than a workplace. It's a sanctuary. The first time I saw him, it was a Tuesday in late July. The air was thick with the smell of sun, baked pine needles, and distant, dusty earth. The afternoon sun was beginning its slow descent, casting long, distorted shadows that crept from the base of the western ridges. I was doing my hourly scan, a methodical sweep of the horizon with my binoculars, east to west, ridge by ridge, valley by valley. It was a ritual, a habit ingrained over 3 seasons. My eyes, trained to spot the faintest wisp of smoke, caught something else instead, a flash of movement. It was on Razorback Ridge, the jagged uplift of rock and stunted juniper that faced my tower from about a mile away. I paused my sweep, bringing the binoculars back to the spot. I thought it was a deer, or maybe an elk moving through the scree. But it wasn't. It was a man. He was just standing there, partially obscured by the gnarled, twisted trunk of an ancient juniper tree. He was looking up, in my general direction, at the tower. I focused the dial, trying to bring him into sharper relief, but the atmospheric haze and the deep shadows made it difficult. He was just a shape, a dark vertical line against the gray and green backdrop. Strange, I thought, but not impossible. Hikers, though rare in this remote sector, occasionally wandered off the marked trails. People get turned around, take a wrong turn looking for a scenic view, and end up bushwhacking through unforgiving terrain. Razorback Ridge was a particularly brutal place to get lost. There were no trails, no water sources, and the rock was loose and treacherous. Still, it happened. I made a note in my logbook 1645, unidentified individual sighted on Razorback Ridge, possible lost hiker. observing. I kept my binoculars trained on him for another 10, maybe 15 minutes. He didn't move. Not an inch. He just stood there. A silent statue watching my steel and glass perch. Eventually, the angle of the sun shifted, and the shadow of a neighboring peak slid over him, swallowing him into the gloom. I completed my scan of the remaining sectors, filed the incident in the back of my mind, and forgot about it. But he was there again the next day. The morning was clear and sharp. I did my 08 Plowser check, in reported visibility at 90 miles, and spent the morning reading. The day unfolded with its usual placid rhythm. But as the clock ticked past 16:30, a prickle of something, curiosity maybe, or a nascent unease, crawled up my spine. I picked up my binoculars and aimed them directly at the spot on Razorback Ridge. The gnarled juniper was there, a dark knot of wood against the stone. And so was he. Same spot, same time, same posture, just standing, watching. This time, it felt different. The benign possibility of a lost hiker began to fray at the edges. A knot of genuine unease tightened in my stomach. 2 days in a row, in the exact same inaccessible location, was not a coincidence. It was a choice. Getting to that spot would be a brutal, exhausting ordeal of navigating deadfall, sharp rocks, and dense undergrowth. It wasn't a place you found by accident, and it certainly wasn't a place you would return to the very next day. This was intentional. My heart started a low, heavy drumming against my ribs. I looked at him through the magnified lenses, trying to glean any detail. He was tall, and his clothes were dark and drab, making him blend in with the rock and shadow. I couldn't make out his face. It was just a pale, indistinct blur. But I could feel his focus. Even from a mile away, separated by a chasm of empty air, I could feel his gaze locked onto my tower. It felt less like an observation and more like a vigil. The silence of my glass box suddenly felt thin and fragile. The vast wilderness, my sanctuary, now felt like an exposed stage, and I was the only one on it. That evening, I debated whether to mention it again. Part of me felt foolish, like I was making a big deal out of nothing. It was probably just some eccentric hermit or a hardcore naturalist. But the feeling of being watched, of being a target, was too strong to ignore. During my 18,000 check in with dispatch, I tried to keep my voice casual, a practiced calm that belied the tremor in my hands. "Evening, Sarah," I said, keying the mic. "Two Forks. Checking in. Evening, Jordan." Her voice crackled back, a welcome human sound. "All quiet on the Western Front. Mostly. Hey, you know that hiker I mentioned yesterday on Razorback? He's still there. Same spot." There was a brief pause. "Still there. Has he moved at all?" "Signaled for help." "Negative," I said. "He's just standing there, looking this way." "That's odd," she said, her professional tone doing little to soothe my nerves. "All right, copy that. Two Forks. Keep an eye on him. If he's still there tomorrow morning, protocol says we should send a ranger to check it out. Might be in some kind of trouble." "Sounds good," I replied, a wave of relief washing over me. A ranger. Someone else would see him. Someone else would confirm I wasn't just cracking from the solitude. Two Forks clear. Dispatch clear. The radio went silent, and the immense, profound quiet of the mountain rushed back in. The sun had dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple. It was a beautiful sunset, the kind I usually savored. But tonight, I couldn't watch it. My gaze was fixed on Razorback Ridge, on the spot where the dark figure stood, now just a silhouette against the dying light. As the last sliver of sun vanished, He was absorbed by the encroaching darkness. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that he was still there. And I was alone. I didn't sleep that night. Sleep wasn't a possibility. I spent the hours in my chair, the fire axe leaning against the leg, my binoculars in my lap. Every creak of the tower in the wind, a sound I usually found comforting, was the groan of metal under an unnatural weight. Every skittering footstep of a mouse in the walls was the scratching of fingers on the steel stairs below. The vast, impenetrable blackness outside my 360-degree windows was no longer empty. It was a curtain, and I was convinced something was hiding just behind it. I stared out into the dark, my eyes straining to find a shape that I knew was there, until the first pale, gray light of dawn began to bleed over the eastern peaks. As the sun rose, it chased the deep shadows from the valleys and ridges. My first, immediate action was to raise the binoculars, my hands shaking so much it was difficult to focus. I aimed them at Razorback Ridge, at the gnarled juniper. The spot was empty. The man was gone. A wave of relief, so powerful it left me dizzy, washed over me. He'd moved on. The ranger would come, find nothing, and I could chop this up to a strange, unsettling, but ultimately harmless encounter. A story to tell at the bar at the end of the season. I let out a long, shuddering breath. I didn't realize I'd been holding all night. My $08 check, in with Sarah, felt blessedly normal. My voice was hoarse from lack of sleep, but I managed to keep it steady. Morning, Sarah. 2 Forks, checking in. I said the familiar words, a comforting ritual. Morning, Jordan. You sound tired. Her voice crackled. Everything okay up there? Yeah, just a long night, I admitted. Hey, about that hiker, he's gone. The ridge is clear this morning. Well, that's good news, she said. Saves us a trip. We had a bit of a situation flare up over in Sector 4, so Ranger Thompson got diverted anyway. But I had the supply chopper do a fly-by of your area on their way out. The pilot confirmed the area's clear. He said he saw you wave. I froze, my hand hovering over the radio console. I didn't wave, Sarah. There was a pause. Well, must have just been the sun on the glass or something. Anyway, you're secure and the area is clear. Just a weird one, I guess. Try to get some rest today. Will do, I said numbly. 2 Forks clear. I leaned back in my chair, my mind racing. The pilot had seen me wave, but I hadn't moved from my chair, and the watcher was gone. The relief I had felt moments before was now replaced with a creeping, insidious doubt. Was it possible I was cracking? That the solitude, the endless sky, the whispering wind, had finally worn down the edges of my sanity? The thought was more terrifying than any mysterious man on a ridge. I spent the rest of the morning in a fog of anxiety, constantly scanning the landscape, questioning every shadow, every flicker of movement. The wilderness no longer felt like a sanctuary. It felt like a witness to my own unraveling. Then, in the early afternoon, he was back. Only this time he was closer, much closer. I was making a cup of coffee, my back to the western windows, when a flicker of instinct made me turn. I didn't even need the binoculars at first. He was on the next ridge over, a place the locals called the Devil's Backbone. It was maybe half a mile away, a significant leap from his previous position. My heart hammered against my ribs as I fumbled for the binoculars. The coffee cup clattering forgotten into the sink. Through the lenses, I could see him clearly now. The details were terrifyingly sharp. He was tall and gaunt, with a posture that was unnaturally rigid. He was dressed in dark, drab clothing, a heavy-looking coat that seemed wrong for the summer heat, and dark pants tucked into worn leather boots. The clothes were old, faded, and seemed to absorb the light around him. His face was still hard to distinguish, shadowed by what might have been a hat, or perhaps just the angle of the sun. But there was no mistaking his focus. He was turned directly towards me, a dark sentinel fixed upon my glass cage, and he was perfectly, unnervingly still. He wasn't resting. He wasn't admiring the view. He was waiting. The casual explanation of an eccentric hiker evaporated completely. This was something else. This was a deliberate, calculated progression. He was closing the distance. My sanctuary had become a fishbowl, and he was tapping on the glass. The silence in the tower was deafening. I could hear the frantic pounding of my own blood in my ears. I thought about the radio. What would I say? Dispatch. The man who wasn't there is back, and he's closer now. They would think I was losing my mind. The helicopter pilot had said the area was clear. Maybe he was right. Maybe this figure was a phantom, a projection of my own fear. I didn't sleep again that night. How could I? He was out there, a silent, patient presence in the darkness, half a mile away. I did the only thing I could think of. I pushed my heavy footlocker against the trapdoor in the floor, the only entrance to my perch. It was a flimsy, pathetic defense against... what? I didn't know. I sat in the dark, the fire axe now a permanent fixture in my hands, its weight a small, cold comfort. The wind howled around the tower, and this time, I could have sworn it was whispering my name. Jordan, Jordan. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing the heels of my palms against them, trying to block out the sounds, the sights, the crushing weight of the solitude. The next day dawned gray and overcast. A thick blanket of low, hanging clouds had rolled in, shrouding the peaks and reducing my visibility to less than a mile. The world outside my windows was a swirling, featureless soup of white. I couldn't see the devil's backbone. I couldn't see if he was still there. The uncertainty was a new kind of torture. Was he gone? Or was he using the cover of the fog to move even closer? I spent the entire morning pacing the small confines of my room, a caged animal. Every few minutes, I would stop and press my face to the glass, trying to pierce the veil of white. Nothing. Just the endless, silent fog. I started to think I was truly going mad. The solitude I had once craved had become a weapon turned against me, amplifying every fear, every doubt, until they were screaming in my head. Then, around noon, the clouds began to break. A weak, watery sun appeared, and the fog began to burn off in patches, revealing the landscape below piece by piece. My hands were slick with sweat as I grabbed the binoculars. I scanned the devil's backbone, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm. It was empty. I swept the area again, and again. Nothing. He was gone. A hysterical laugh bubbled up in my throat. It was over. It was all in my head. A stress-induced hallucination. The pilot was right. Sarah was right. There was no one there. I was alone, truly alone. The relief was so profound it felt like a physical blow. I let the binoculars hang from the strap around my neck and walked to the southern window, taking a deep, cleansing breath of the pine, scented air. I looked down, and my world fell apart. He wasn't on a ridge. He wasn't half a mile away. He was at the base of my mountain, standing at the absolute edge of the tree line, right where the steep, winding access trail begins. He was looking up, at me. For a long moment, I couldn't breathe. My lungs seized, and the world narrowed to a tunnel, my vision fixed on the dark. motionless shape at the edge of the trees. It was impossible. He couldn't be there. To get from the Devil's Backbone to the base of my trail would take hours of brutal, near, vertical descent, and then another hour of hiking. He had been on the ridge less than an hour ago. The hysterical relief I'd felt moments before curdled into pure, ice-cold terror. This wasn't a man. A man couldn't move like that. My mind, already frayed from 2 sleepless nights, finally snapped. I scrambled for the radio, my hand knocking over a stack of logbooks. I keyed the microphone, my thumb trembling so violently I could barely hold the button down.
Dispatch! This is Two Forks!
He's here! My voice was a strangled, high-pitched thing I didn't recognize. Dispatch, do you copy? He's here? The speaker crackled to life. Sarah's voice laced with concern. Jordan, calm down. What's going on?
Who is there? The Watcher! The man from the ridge?
He's at the bottom of the trail. He's right here. I was shouting now, my words echoing in the small glass room. I pressed my face against the window, my breath fogging the cool pane. He was still there, a pillar of shadow against the sunlit forest floor. He's been getting closer every day. He's going to come up here. You have to send someone. There was a long, heavy pause on the other end of the line. The silence stretched for an eternity, filled only by my own ragged breathing and the frantic thumping of my heart. When Sarah's voice finally came back, it was slow, deliberate, and deeply unsettling. It was the voice of someone humoring a person who has lost their grip on reality. Jordan, listen to me. There's no one there. What are you talking about? I'm looking right at him. I screamed, tears of frustration and fear blurring my vision.
He's standing right there.
Jordan, I just spoke to the pilot from the supply chopper. She said, her voice firm, leaving no room for argument. He did a full, low altitude for sector not 10 minutes ago, just after the fog cleared. He circled your tower twice. His official report states that you were secure, and the area was completely clear. Jordan, there is nobody for miles around you. Do you understand? I stared down at the figure, my reality versus theirs. The helicopter had circled twice. Had he hidden? Or was he simply not there for them to see? The thought was a fresh wave of horror. What if I was the only one who could see him? As if he'd heard my thoughts, the figure at the base of the mountain moved for the first time. He didn't step onto the trail. He didn't wave for help. He slowly, deliberately raised his right arm. He pointed. A single, dark finger aimed directly at me, 100 feet up in my glass box. It was a gesture of accusation, of selection, of finality. He knew I was watching. He wanted me to see him. This was all for me. The radio crackled again. Are you there? Talk to me. I couldn't answer. My throat had closed up. I could only stare, mesmerized by that single, pointing finger. Jordan, I'm noting in the log that you're reporting signs of distress. Sarah's voice continued, now tinged with a clinical distance. We'll schedule a wellness check for you. Ranger Thompson can probably get out there in 2 days' time. Just sit tight, son. Try to get some sleep. 2 days. The words were a death sentence. I let the microphone fall from my limp hand. It swung on its cord, thumping softly against the console. I tried calling out again, mashing the button, screaming into the receiver, but all I got back was static. A thick, hissing wall of it. He had cut me off. Or maybe she had. It didn't matter. The result was the same. I was completely and utterly alone. The sun began to set. I never thought I would be afraid of a sunset, but this one was terrifying. It was beautiful, a spectacular blaze of fiery reds and deep oranges that blot across the western sky. But with every inch the sun sank below the horizon, the shadows grew longer, deeper. The darkness pooled in the valleys and crept up. The slopes of the mountains, a rising tide of black. I couldn't watch it. I couldn't take my eyes off the trail. The figure at the tree line began to dissolve into the growing twilight. Soon, he was just a vaguely man-shaped patch of deeper darkness. Then he was gone, swallowed by the night. But I knew he hadn't left. I knew, with a certainty that settled deep in my bones, that he had started walking. The tower was plunged into absolute blackness. The moon was new, and a layer of high clouds obscured the stars. I couldn't see a thing outside my windows. The world had ceased to exist. There was only my 14 by 14-foot room, suspended in an infinite, silent void. My footlocker was still wedged against the trapdoor, a child's defense against the monster under the bed. I sat in my chair, the fire axe held across my lap in a two-handed grip, my knuckles white. I didn't dare turn on a light. I just sat, and I listened. For a long time, there was nothing but the whisper of the wind. Then I heard it. A sound that didn't belong. A sound that would haunt me for the rest of my short life. Crunch. It was the sound of a heavy boot on the gravel of the access trail. Faint, but unmistakable. It was followed by another. Crunch. A slow, steady, rhythmic pace. He wasn't rushing. He had all the time in the world. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound grew louder, closer, as he made his way up the winding path. My breathing was shallow, my body rigid with a terror so profound it was paralyzing. I could do nothing but listen to his approach. The sound stopped for a moment, and my heart leaped into my throat. Then I heard a new sound, a sound that was infinitely worse. Clang. The first step on the steel staircase. The sound vibrated up through the legs of the tower, a deep, metallic resonance I felt in my teeth. Clang. Another step. Deliberate, unhurried. Clang, he was coming up the stairs. 100 feet. 130 steps. I counted each one, each metallic report a hammer blow against my sanity. Clang, clang, clang. He was halfway. The tower swayed slightly with his weight, or maybe it was just me, trembling uncontrollably. Clang, clang. He was almost here. Just below my feet. I could hear the scrape of his boots on the metal grating. I tightened my grip on the axe, its wooden handle slick with my sweat. I stared at the trapdoor, the heavy wooden square in the center of my floor. The climbing stopped. Silence. A profound, absolute silence that was more terrifying than the noise. He was there. Standing on the landing just outside, just beneath my floor. He was waiting. I held my breath, listening. My entire universe had shrunk to that wooden trapdoor. Then, a new sound. A soft, gentle tap, tap, tap on the underside of the wood. He was knocking. My name is Alex Dunn. To my friends, I'm a freelance archivist, a somewhat generous title for what I actually do. In the quiet, dusty corners of the internet where people like me congregate, I'm known as a rural explorer. It's a label I've come to accept, though it doesn't quite capture the full scope of my obsession. I'm not interested in the graffiti, scarred walls of abandoned factories, or the decaying grandeur of forgotten theaters. My passion lies in the places where human ambition met the unyielding indifference of nature and lost. I seek out the stories left behind in ghost towns, forgotten homesteads, and defunct mines. The silent monuments to lives interrupted. Scattered across the vast, lonely landscapes of the American West. My work, if you can call it that, is a blend of historical research and careful, methodical trespassing. I spend weeks poring over decommissioned maps, geological surveys, and obscure local histories, searching for the whispers of a place that has fallen off the grid. I'm looking for the cartographical equivalent of a typo, a road that leads nowhere, a settlement that vanished between one census and the next. When I find a promising lead, I pack my gear, a reliable 4x4, topographic maps, first aid, and extensive camera equipment, and I go. I document what I find, not for fame or profit, but for the simple, profound satisfaction of being the sole witness to a forgotten narrative. I am a collector of echoes. Last fall, my research led me to a place in Oregon called Cedar Creek Campground, a name that was little more than a footnote in the archives of the U.S. Forest Service. It was nestled deep within a sprawling national forest, but it had been officially decommissioned for over 20 years. The reason for its closure was vague, buried in bureaucratic jargon about resource relocation and environmental concerns. But a little digging in local newspaper archives from the late 90s revealed a more unsettling truth: a string of disappearances. Not all at once, but a slow, steady trickle of people who had checked into Cedar Creek and never checked out. A solo hiker, then a young couple, then a family of 3. There were no bodies, no signs of a struggle, no credible leads. The Park Service, facing a quiet panic and a mystery they couldn't solve, simply erased the campground from their maps and chained the entrance. For them, the problem was solved. For me, the story was just beginning. The drive to Cedar Creek took the better part of a day, the paved highway eventually giving way to a gravel road, and finally to a, barely, their dirt track that scraped the undercarriage of my truck. The air grew cooler, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. The silence was profound, a living presence that pressed in on me as I drove deeper into the woods. I found the entrance exactly where the old maps said it would be. A heavy iron gate, rusted but still securely chained, flanked by 2 massive cedar trees. A wooden sign, bleached gray by 2 decades of sun and rain, still hung from one of the posts. Most of the lettering had peeled away, but you could just make out the words. Seated CMGOUND. I parked the truck in a thicket of ferns, out of sight from the track, and slipped through a gap in the fence. The forest floor was a soft carpet of pine needles, swallowing the sound of my footsteps. The campground wasn't far. The air of neglect was immediate and palpable. The main path was being reclaimed by moss and weeds, and the small wooden posts that once marked each campsite were tilted at odd angles, like a row of forgotten tombstones. Most of the sites were hopelessly overgrown, the fire pits choked with vegetation, the picnic tables rotting into the soil. It was a perfect portrait of decay, up where nature was patiently digesting the last remnants of human presence. It was exactly what I had come to see. I spent hours exploring, photographing the slow motion collapse of the place. I found a collapsed ranger station, its roof caved in, old pamphlets from a bygone era scattered and mildewed on the floor. I found a child's worn teddy bear lying half, buried in the leaves near a fire pit, its button eyes staring up at the canopy with a vacant expression. Each discovery was a small, poignant piece of the puzzle, a testament to the lives that had passed through this place. But as the afternoon sun began to dip below the towering trees, casting long, distorted shadows across the forest floor, I found something that didn't belong. It was Site 12. Unlike the others, it wasn't overgrown. In fact, it was the opposite. In the center of the small clearing designated for the tent, there was a perfect circle of bare, packed earth about 15 feet in diameter. It was so precise, so unnaturally sterile, that it looked as if a giant cookie cutter had been pressed into the forest floor. Not a single weed, not a blade of grass, not even a stray pine needle marred its surface. The soil was a pale, clay-like color, and it felt strangely firm and cool to the touch, despite the ambient warmth of the late afternoon. The silence here was different, too. The gentle hum of insects and the distant call of birds that had been my constant companions all day seemed to be completely absent in this one spot. The air was still and heavy, carrying a strange, almost electric tension. My curiosity piqued. I walked to the center of the circle, my boots leaving shallow prints on the barren ground. And that's when I saw it. A corner of something hard and black, jutting out of the dirt. I knelt, my heart beginning to beat a little faster, and began to dig away the packed earth with my hands. A few inches down, I uncovered the object completely. It was a small waterproof pelican case, the kind used to protect sensitive camera equipment or scientific instruments. It was surprisingly clean, with only a few scratches on its hardened plastic shell. My mind raced. Who would bury something like this in a place like this? And why here, in the one spot where it seemed nothing could grow? I checked the latches. They were stiff but unlocked. With a grunt of effort, I pried them open. The case opened with a soft hiss as 2 decades of pressure equalized. The contents were nestled in custom, cut foam, perfectly preserved. There were 4 microcassetted tapes, each labeled with a simple, stark number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Beside them sat a small, cheap, handheld tape recorder, the kind a student might have used for lectures in the 90s. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the approaching evening. This wasn't just a forgotten item. This was a message in a bottle. A time capsule of an unknown event. I knew with a certainty that settled deep in my bones that this was connected to the disappearances. I carefully lifted the case from the ground, closed it, and latched it shut. The walk back to my truck felt different. The woods no longer felt peaceful and melancholic. They felt watchful. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, seemed to be directed at me. I felt like an intruder who had just stolen a secret not meant for him. I drove away from Cedar Creek as dusk blotted into night. The hard plastic case sitting on the passenger seat, like a malevolent passenger. I didn't stop until I was back in the sterile, anonymous comfort of a motel room 2 hours away. That night, under the flickering fluorescent lights, with the sounds of the highway outside, I took the recorder and the first tape from the case. My hands were steady, but my mind was a whirlwind of apprehension and morbid curiosity. I slid the tape labeled 1 into the recorder. The plastic door clicked shut. I took a deep breath and I pressed play. Tape 1, a man's voice. Young, clearly nervous, trying to sound casual. The sound of wind rustling through trees is prominent in the background. Okay, it's on. Day 1. Mark speaking. Sarah's setting up the tent. We found this spot, Site 12. It's weird, man. The ground is bare. Like nothing will grow here. And it's quiet. Too quiet. Not even birds. Sarah says I'm being paranoid, but I don't know. There's a feeling here. Like the air is bent. There's a sound of fabric rustling. Then a woman's voice, much clearer and closer, full of laughter. Mark, Are you talking to your toy again? Come help me with this pole. Mark's voice, a little defensive.
Coming!
Just documenting the weirdness. It's a sharp mechanical click as the recording stops. The sudden silence in the motel room was deafening. I stared at the small, silent machine in my hands. The man's voice, Mark, had described the exact same feeling I'd had just hours before. The quiet, the weirdness, the feeling of bent air. This was it. This was the story. And I was only just beginning. I ejected the first tape. The small piece of plastic feeling unnervingly warm in my hand. The silence that followed was heavy, thick with unspoken questions. Mark's words echoed in the cheap motel room, a voice from 2 decades ago describing the exact same unnatural stillness I had felt at Site 12. Like the air is bent. It was such a strange, specific phrase, yet it resonated with a chilling accuracy. It wasn't just quiet, it was a void. An absence of the normal, ambient hum of a living forest. The recording confirmed my suspicions. I hadn't just found a lost item. I had stumbled upon the first chapter of the very story I'd come looking for. The story of the disappearances. My initial excitement as an explorer was rapidly being replaced by a more primal emotion, dread. This was no longer an abstract historical puzzle. It was real. Mark and Sarah were real people. Their casual banter and nervous laughter painting a vivid picture of a young couple on an adventure, completely unaware of the script they were stepping into. I looked at the tape labeled 2, sitting on the worn laminate of the bedside table. It seemed to be watching me, a tiny, rectangular oracle promising knowledge I wasn't sure I wanted. For a moment, I considered stopping. I could pack it all up, hand the case over to the authorities, and walk away. But I knew I wouldn't. The archivist in me, the collector of echoes, was too strong. I had to know what happened next. With a hand that was not quite steady, I slid the second tape into the recorder and pressed play. Tape 2, the recording starts abruptly. The quality is different, muffled, as if recorded from under a blanket. The time is clearly night. A faint, high-pitched chorus of crickets can be heard for a few seconds, then they stop. The silence that follows is absolute and jarring. Mark's voice is a harsh, terrified whisper, every word laced with adrenaline. It's the middle of the night. Sarah's asleep. The crickets just stopped, all at once, like someone flipped a switch. There's a sound outside, not an animal. It's a hum, a low, geometric hum. It feels like it's coming from the ground, vibrating up through the tent floor. It's in my teeth, in my bones. It's not just a sound, it's a frequency, a pressure. He pauses, and in the silence, I could hear his ragged, shallow breathing. I found myself holding my own breath, listening with him. The hum he described was not audible on the tape, but his description was so visceral I felt I could almost perceive it, a phantom vibration against my eardrums. And the shadows. God, the shadows are wrong. The moonlight is coming through the trees, but the shadows they're casting on the tent wall, they're bending at angles that don't make sense. They're sharp, impossible. The trees don't look like trees anymore. They look like elbows, like jointed limbs folded in on themselves. The corner of the tent, I'm looking at it right now, it's not a right angle anymore. It's too sharp. It's acute. How is that possible? The fabric is stretched taut, but the shape is wrong. It's like the space it's sitting in is warped. Said another long pause, filled only with the sound of his frantic breathing. I instinctively glanced at the corners of my motel room. They were perfect. 90-degree angles, solid and reassuring. But for a split second, I imagined them sharpening, folding inward. Something's walking around out there. But there are no footsteps. Just a pressure. A dent in the space. I can feel it moving. It's like watching a heavy ball roll under a blanket. You see the shape, the displacement, but not the thing itself. It's circling the tent. The hum gets louder when it's on the far side, then softer when it passes in front. Oh God, it stopped. It's looking at the tent. I can't see it, but I can feel it. It's a focus. A point of attention. It knows we're in here. It's curious. The tape hiss seems to deepen. Mark's breathing hitches, turning into a choked, silent sob. He's trying to stay quiet, trying not to wake his girlfriend, but the terror is overwhelming him. The recording continues in this state of petrified silence for what feels like an eternity. The only sound the man's desperate attempt to control his own fear. Then a final, whispered sentence. So faint I had to strain to hear it. The hum is making a shape in my head. Click. I ripped the headphones from my ears, my heart hammering against my ribs. The bland, beige walls of the motel room seemed to pulse in time with my heartbeat. A shape in my head. A dent in the space. Trees like elbows. It was the language of a mind breaking under the strain of perceiving the impossible. This wasn't a bear or a madman stalking the campsite. This was something else entirely. Something that didn't obey the fundamental laws of physics. It was a thing that bent reality just by passing by. My skin was cold and clammy. I stood up and paced the small room, the worn carpet doing little to muffle my agitated footsteps. I was no longer just a listener, I was a participant. I had stood in that same clearing. I had touched the barren earth. I had breathed the same bent air. A wave of nausea washed over me as I realized the full implication of what I was hearing. The Pelican case hadn't just been left there. It had been buried, placed like a trap or a beacon. It took me a full hour to work up the courage to play the third tape. I knew, with a grim certainty, that this would be the one. This would be the recording of the end. I felt a profound sense of violation, of ghoulish intrusion, listening to the final moments of these people's lives. But the need to know was a physical ache. I had to bear witness. I put the third tape in, my fingers fumbling with the small plastic cassette. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and pressed play for the final time. Tape 3, the sound of daylight. But there is no peace. The recording is chaotic, filled with the sound of frantic packing, nylon bags being shoved, zippers being wrenched. In the background, Sarah is sobbing, a continuous, high-pitched sound of pure panic. Mark's voice is strained, breathless, talking more to himself than to the recorder. We're leaving. We're getting the hell out of here. Sarah woke up screaming. She said she couldn't breathe, that the tent was getting smaller. The walls were closing in. I thought it was a nightmare, but I looked outside. The clearing isn't a circle anymore. It's a triangle. A perfect equilateral triangle. The path we came in on, it's not there. It's just trees. But they're not trees. They're wrong. They're all twisted and folded. Like a badly made piece of origami. We're trapped. The hum is louder now. It's not just in my teeth. It's inside my head. It's the sound of a color I've never seen. So his voice cracks with a desperate, rising hysteria. Sarah's sobbing intensifies until it's a full-blown scream, a sharp, piercing sound of immediate terror. Mark, look. The sky. Sir? Mark's voice joins hers in a gasp of disbelief. What the? It's, oh my God. There is a sudden clatter as the tape recorder hits the ground, but it continues to record. The perspective of the sound shifts, now low and muffled by leaves and dirt. The air is filled with the hum, which is now clearly audible on the tape for the first time. It's a low, resonant, multi-layered drone that seems to physically vibrate the small microphone. And over the hum, there are the screams. Two people screaming in pure, abject terror. It is the most awful sound I have ever heard. The screaming doesn't just stop. It changes. It gets distorted, stretched, as if the sound waves themselves are being pulled apart. Their voices elongate into thin, inhuman ribbons of sound, impossibly high, pitched, and then impossibly low. It's the sound of physics breaking down. Then, beneath the warped screaming and the oppressive hum, a new sound emerges. A wet, tearing sound. It is organic and brutal. It is the sound of things coming apart that should not come apart. It is a sound that will be burned into my memory for the rest of my life. And then, as suddenly as it began, there is only silence. The hum fades. The screaming is gone. The tape records nothing but the gentle, indifferent whisper of the wind for another 10 seconds. Click. The tape ended. The auto-stop mechanism clicked loudly in the dead quiet of the room. I sat motionless on the edge of the bed, staring at the silent recorder. My body was rigid, locked in a state of profound shock. The sounds from the tape were still there, echoing in the architecture of my skull. The stretched screams. The hum, it wasn't a story anymore. It was a recording of an execution, an acquisition. I sat in the dark of my motel room for a long time, the silence ringing in my ears. I almost didn't play the last tape. God, I wish I hadn't. The silence in the room was a physical entity. It pressed in on me, filled the space left by the echoes of the screams. My hands were trembling, not with fear, but with the deep, cellular shock of a body that had been pushed far beyond its limits. I felt hollowed out, scoured clean by the raw terror I had just witnessed. Tapes 1, 2, and 3 had told a complete and horrifying story. It had a beginning, a middle, and a brutal, unequivocal end. The logical part of my brain, the archivist, told me the narrative was complete. There was nothing more to learn, only more horror to absorb. The 4th tape sat on the nightstand, a small, black rectangle of dormant potential. It felt different from the others, heavier. It was the epilogue, the footnote that could recontextualize everything that came before it. I didn't want to listen to it. Every instinct screamed at me to stop, to take the entire Pelican case, drive to the nearest bridge, and hurl it into the deepest part of the river, to walk away and pretend I had never found anything at Cedar Creek but rotting picnic tables and overgrown trails. For a long time, I obeyed that instinct. I stood up, ejected the 3rd tape with a shaking hand, and placed it back in its foam slot. I closed the lid of the case, the latches snapping shut with a sound of grim finality. I carried it to the door of the motel room, my hand on the knob. I could just leave. Drive until the sun came up and never look back. But I stopped. It was the same compulsion that drove me to these forgotten places to begin with. The unquenchable need to know the full story. To leave that final tape unheard would be a betrayal of my own obsessive nature. It would be a loose thread that would unravel in my mind for the rest of my life. I knew, with a sinking feeling of inevitability, that I wouldn't be able to live with the knot. The fear of the unknown was, in that moment, even greater than the fear of what I might hear. Defeated, I walked back to the bed, opened the case one last time, and took out the fourth tape. My movements were slow, deliberate, like a condemned man walking to the gallows. I put the tape in the recorder. I didn't bother with the headphones this time. I didn't want anything that intimate, that close to my brain. I placed the recorder on the pillow beside me, took one last, shuddering breath, and pressed play. Tape 4. The recording begins with a long, profound silence. Not the absence of sound, but a clean, sterile void. It lasts for at least a minute, a calculated emptiness that stretches the nerves to their breaking point. Then, a new voice begins to speak. It is nothing like Mark's or Sarah's. It is calm, impossibly deep, and utterly devoid of emotion. It has a strange, resonant quality, like the sound of immense stones grinding together miles beneath the earth. It is speaking a language that is not, and has never been human. The sounds are a cascade of sharp, geometric angles, buzzing consonants, and guttural clicks. It is a language of structure, of mathematics, of pure, alien logic. But the most terrifying part is not the sound itself. The most terrifying part is that, somehow, as I listen, I can understand it. The meaning of the words bypasses my ears and forms directly in my consciousness. A perfect and horrifying translation. Recording. Specimen acquisition successful. The shapes are pleasing. The sounds they made during the transition were interesting. A novel harmonic. Further study is required. The containment vessel performed within optimal parameters, though the temporal elasticity was slightly higher than projected. The voice pauses. A measured silence that feels less like a breath and more like a computational delay. The monotone delivery is chilling. The clinical detachment of a biologist dissecting a frog. It is discussing the obliteration of two human beings, as if it were a minor data point in a routine experiment. The biological specimens exhibited typical recursive emotional patterns in the face of geometric reconfiguration, fear, panic, despair. These frequencies are common, but the specific timbre was unique. The data has been logged. The secondary specimen, Sarah, produced a significantly higher sonic amplitude than the primary, Mark. This suggests a potential variance in neurochemical response to spatial distortion, a promising avenue for future acquisitions. My blood ran cold. It was talking about them by name. It had been listening. It had been studying them. The entire ordeal, from the moment they arrived at Site 12, had been a controlled experiment. The bare circle of ground, the warping of space, the hum. It was all part of the laboratory. The recording device, this primitive container of sound, has been analyzed. It is an effective method for seeding curiosity in subsequent specimens. The narrative structure it creates is compelling to their linear mode of perception. The container will be left for the next ones. The experiment is not yet complete. New variables are required. A cold dread, unlike anything I had ever experienced, washed over me.
The next ones.
It was a trap. The whole thing was a lure, designed to be found, designed to be listened to, designed to draw in the next set of lab rats, and I had walked right into it. I was the next one. The low, geometric hum, the same one from the third tape, begins to fade in. It is no longer just a sound, it is a presence, a tangible force that seems to saturate the very air in the motel room. The voice speaks one final time over the rising drone. End of recording. The field is being reset. The hum swells to a deafening crescendo, and then the tape ends with a sharp, final click. I didn't move for an hour. I just sat on the bed, the recorder lying silent on the pillow, the voice still echoing in my mind. The experiment is not yet complete. I was no longer an archivist, no longer an explorer. I was a specimen. I had been selected. The act of listening to the tapes, of understanding them, was the final part of the lure. It had tuned me to its frequency. Panic finally broke through the paralysis. I scrambled off the bed, grabbed the Pelican case and the recorder, and ran out of the motel. I drove for miles, my headlights cutting a frantic path through the darkness. I didn't have a destination, I was just running. I found a massive industrial dumpster behind a 24-hour diner, and with a surge of desperate strength, I threw the case and the recorder inside. I listened to them crash and clatter against the bottom, a sound of finality that brought me no comfort. I got back in my truck and drove all the way home, the sun rising in my rearview mirror like a mocking, indifferent eye. I haven't slept since that night. I try, but every time I close my eyes, I hear the grinding voice, I see the twisted trees, I feel the impossible angles. I threw the tapes away, but the recording is still in my head. I can't erase it. The knowledge is a parasite that has burrowed into my brain. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is that it's not just in my head anymore. It's starting to leak out. Last night, I was sitting in my apartment, trying to lose myself in the mindless glow of the television, when I noticed something. The corner of my bedroom, where the two walls meet the ceiling, it's not a right angle anymore. It's too sharp. It's acute. I stared at it for an hour, trying to convince myself it was a trick of the light, a symptom of my exhaustion. But it's not. The geometry of my apartment is changing. The space I inhabit is beginning to warp. And there's something else. If I hold my breath, and I listen very, very carefully, past the hum of the refrigerator and the distant sound of traffic, I can hear it. A low, geometric hum. It's very faint, but it's there. And it's not coming from the street, or from my neighbors, or from anywhere outside. It's coming from the ground. My name is Chloe Webb. If there's one thing I've learned in my 27 years, it's that some places hold memories the way the ground holds water. They seep into the soil, cling to the bark of ancient trees, and whisper on the wind when the sun goes down. For me, that place is the Greenwater National Forest. It's a place of breathtaking beauty and a silence so profound it can swallow you whole. It's also the place where I lost my brother. Toby was 7 when he disappeared. To say he loved the woods would be an understatement. He was a part of them, in a way I never understood. While other kids were obsessed with cartoons and video games, Toby's heroes were the towering Douglas firs and the silent, watchful owls. He had a collection of treasures, unusually shaped stones, vibrant mosses, abandoned bird nests that he kept in a shoebox under his bed. He used to press his ear against the rough bark of the trees, his eyes closed in concentration, and claim he could hear them singing. He'd describe it as a low, gentle humming, the sound of water flowing deep underground, or the rustle of a million leaves in unison. I was 14 at the time, deep in that phase of teenage cynicism, where everything is either boring or embarrassing. I'd ruffle his blonde hair and tell him it was just his imagination, the wind playing tricks on his ears. But he would just shake his head, a serious, knowing look in his wide blue eyes. "You're not listening right, Chloe," he'd say. with the unwavering certainty only a child can possess. That summer, our family trip was to Greenwater. It was an annual tradition, a week-long escape from the suburbs into what my dad called the real world. My parents, practical and experienced campers, had our large family tent set up with practiced efficiency. Toby and I had our own, a smaller two-person dome tent pitched a few yards away, giving me a much-desired illusion of privacy. The first day and night were exactly as I remembered from every year before. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. We hiked a familiar trail, Toby darting ahead to inspect every fallen log and mysterious footprint. In the evening, Dad built a roaring campfire, the flames dancing and casting long, flickering shadows into the encroaching darkness. We roasted marshmallows until they were perfectly golden, or, in Toby's case, completely blackened, and sandwiched them between graham crackers and melting chocolate. Later, huddled in our camp chairs, Dad told ghost stories. It was another tradition, one I usually found cheesy, but secretly enjoyed. He told the one about the hiker of Hemlock Peak, a man who vanished on the trail, and whose ghostly footsteps can still be heard on moonless nights. Then he told a newer one, a local legend he'd heard from a ranger about the Greenwater Gorge. He lowered his voice, his face illuminated eerily from below by the firelight. He spoke of people who had wandered off the marked paths, drawn by strange sounds or fleeting lights, never to be seen again. The official explanation was always the same: they got lost, succumbed to the elements, or fell victim to a bear or a cougar. But the stories whispered around campfires told a different tale. They spoke of something ancient in the woods, something that watched from the shadows, something that sang. At that, Toby's head perked up, like the trees. He asked, his voice a small, curious whisper. My mom shot my dad a look, a silent "you're scaring him" scolding. Dad just laughed, a sound that seemed a little too loud in the sudden quiet. Something like that, Tobbs, he said, reaching over to squeeze his shoulder. Just silly stories. The most important thing is to always stay on the marked trails. That's where you're safe. He looked from Toby to me, his expression uncharacteristically stern. Promise me, both of you. We promised. The conversation shifted to lighter topics, but a strange chill had settled over our little campsite. The fire seemed to burn a little lower, and the darkness beyond its reach felt deeper, more absolute. Later that night, I was woken from a deep sleep by a persistent shaking of my shoulder. I swatted the hand away, mumbling for it to stop. Chloe, a voice whispered urgently. Chloe, wake up. Can you hear it? I cracked open an eye. Toby's silhouette was barely visible in the oppressive dark of the tent. His face was turned towards the thin nylon wall, his posture rigid with attention. Hear what? I grumbled, pulling my sleeping bag tighter around my shoulders. It's the middle of the night. Go back to sleep. Just listen, he insisted. I sighed, annoyed but awake now. I strained my ears, expecting to hear an owl or the rustle of some small animal outside. At first, there was nothing but the familiar chorus of crickets and the gentle sigh of the wind through the pines. I was about to tell him he was dreaming when I caught it. It was faint, almost imperceptible, like a melody carried from a great distance. It was a woman's voice, high and clear, singing a lullaby that had no words. The sound was impossibly beautiful, weaving through the trees like a silver thread. It was purer than any voice I had ever heard, filled with a profound sense of longing and a promise of peace. It didn't sound like it was coming from a radio or another campsite. It sounded like it was coming from the forest itself, as much a part of the night as the stars and the moon. "It's the tree, singer," Toby breathed, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. He had turned to look at me, and even in the gloom, I could see the wonder shining in his eyes. A shiver traced its way down my spine, but I pushed it away, clinging to logic. "It's probably just another camper, Tobbs," I whispered, my own voice less certain than I wanted it to be. "Maybe someone with a baby. Now go to sleep." I rolled over, turning my back to him, but sleep was now impossible. The song was no longer faint. It was a persistent, hypnotic presence. It seemed to bypass my ears and resonate deep within my chest, pulling at me with an invisible current. It felt ancient and wise, promising secrets and wonders hidden just beyond the veil of the mundane world. It was the most beautiful and terrifying sound I had ever heard. Without making a conscious decision, I found myself moving. My hands worked the zipper of the tent, the sound unnaturally loud in the silence. I pushed the flap aside and stepped out into the cool night air. The moon was nearly full, hanging like a pearl in the inky sky, and it bathed the forest in a stark, silvery light. Every needle on every branch was etched in sharp relief. The singing was much clearer out here, and I could pinpoint its source. It was coming from a narrow, overgrown trail that branched off from the main path near our site. It was a trail I'd never noticed before, choked with ferns and shadowed by low, hanging branches. A weathered, almost rotted wooden sign was nailed to a tree at its entrance. In the moonlight, I could just make out the faded red letters, Stio and Mark Tiraels. The lullaby beckoned, a siren's call promising a hidden world of magic. I felt like I was in a dream, my feet moving of their own accord. I took one step onto the forbidden path, then another. The air here was colder, the shadows deeper. The song was all around me now, wrapping me in its ethereal embrace. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on my arm hard. I gasped, a strangled cry catching in my throat. The dreamlike state shattered, and raw fear flooded in. It was my dad. His face was a pale, grim mask in the moonlight, his eyes wide with a terror I had never seen in him before. "Chloe, what in God's name are you doing?" he whispered, his voice rough and strained. He wasn't just asking a question. It was an accusation, a plea. He pulled me back from the path with a jerk. "Get back in the tent. Now." The spell was broken completely. The beauty of the song was now tainted with a chilling, predatory undertone. I didn't need to be told twice. I scrambled back towards our little dome tent, my heart hammering against my ribs. Dad followed me, his hand a firm, protective presence on my back. He held the flap open for me to crawl inside next to a now silent Toby, and then he zipped it shut from the outside. The finality of the sound was like a cell door locking. "Don't come out again." Dad's voice came from outside, low and urgent, a command that brooked no argument. "I don't care what you hear. You do not leave this tent. Do you understand me?" "Yes," I managed to squeak out. The singing continued for what felt like an eternity, perhaps another hour. It was harder to resist now, harder to dismiss. Now that I had felt its pull, it was a physical struggle to stay put. I could feel Toby trembling beside me in the darkness. "She wants us to come play," he whispered, his voice trembling. "She sounds nice." "She's not real, Toby," I said, trying to inject a bravery I didn't feel into my voice. "It's just the wind in the trees. It's making a funny noise." But we both knew it was a lie. Eventually, the beautiful, terrible melody began to fade, receding back into the depths of the forest until it was gone, leaving behind a silence that was somehow more frightening. We lay there for a long time, two scared children in a nylon tent, before finally succumbing to a restless, dream-haunted sleep. I woke to the aggressive morning sun heating the thin fabric of the tent. For a disoriented moment, everything felt normal. The air was filled with the cheerful sound of birdsong and the smell of fresh coffee, a scent I associated with every camping trip I'd ever been on. It was a perfect, peaceful summer morning, and the terror of the previous night felt distant and dreamlike, a half-remembered nightmare. I sat up, stretching the stiffness from my limbs, and glanced over at Toby's side of the tent. It was empty. His blue sleeping bag was a rumpled mess, just as he always left it. I wasn't alarmed at first. Toby was an early riser, especially in the woods. I figured he was already outside, probably pestering Dad for a pancake or examining some new bug he'd found. I crawled out of the tent, blinking in the bright sunlight. The scene at the campsite reinforced the sense of normalcy. Dad was hunched over the camp stove, a tin mug of coffee in his hand. Mom was folding clothes and packing them into a duffel bag with brisk, efficient movements. But as I got closer, I noticed the cracks in the facade. They weren't talking. The usual morning chatter was replaced by a heavy, oppressive silence, broken only by the clatter of camping gear. Dad's face, when he finally looked up at me, was pale and drawn. There were dark circles under his eyes, and his jaw was set in a tight, grim line. Mom wouldn't look at me at all, her focus on her task so intense, it seemed like she was trying to block out the entire world. There was an urgency to their packing that felt wrong. We were supposed to stay for 3 more days. Morning, I said, my voice sounding small and hesitant. Where's Toby? Dad took a long sip of his coffee before answering. He stared into the trees, his gaze fixed on something far away. Probably down by the creek, he said, but his voice was flat, devoid of conviction. Don't wander off. Mom zipped the duffel bag shut with a violent tug. Chloe, go see if he wants breakfast, she said, her back still to me. Her voice was tight, strained to the point of breaking. A cold knot of dread began to form in my stomach. The nightmare of last night wasn't a dream. It was real, and it wasn't over. I walked back to our tent, my steps feeling heavy. Toby, I called out, peering inside again as if he might have magically reappeared. The empty sleeping bag seemed to mock me. I noticed the zipper on the tent flap. It was pulled down about a foot from the bottom, just enough for a small, determined 7-year-old to squeeze through. I turned back to my parents. Hayes not in the tent. The statement hung in the air. My dad finally turned away from the trees, and the look in his eyes was one of pure, undiluted fear. My mom dropped the bag she was holding, her hands flying to her mouth as a choke sob escaped her. The illusion of a normal morning shattered into a million pieces. Toby, my dad's voice boomed through the campsite, a desperate, commanding roar. Toby, answer me. Only the birds answered.
T.O.B.
My mom's voice was a high-pitched, frantic shriek that tore through the peaceful morning. It was a sound of pure panic, and it sent a flock of birds scattering from the nearby trees. And then we were all screaming his name. We ran in circles around the campsite, our voices growing hoarse. I checked the tent again and again, my mind refusing to accept what my eyes were seeing. Dad ran to the creek, his heavy boots crashing through the underbrush. Mom was checking behind trees, under bushes, her movements frantic and uncoordinated. The name, Toby, became a mantra of terror echoing through the silent, indifferent woods. But there was nothing. No answer, no sign of him. It was as if the ground had opened up and swallowed him during the night. My eyes were drawn, against my will, to the small, overgrown trail. The one with the faded sign. The one where the beautiful, terrible music had come from. A wave of nausea washed over me. I remembered Toby's whispered words. She wants us to come play. After what felt like an eternity of fruitless, panicked searching, Dad stumbled back into the campsite, his face ashen. "He's not there," he gasped, leaning against a tree for support. "We have to get help." The drive to the ranger station was a blur of silent tears and suffocating fear. Mom sat in the passenger seat, staring blankly out the window, occasionally letting out a shuddering sob. Dad gripped the steering wheel, so tightly his knuckles were white, his eyes darting back and forth, scanning the woods on either side of the road, as if expecting to see a small boy in pajamas step out from behind a tree. I sat in the back, the guilt of physical weight in my chest. "Don't come out again," Dad had warned. "No matter what you hear." But Toby had. He had heard the tree singer, and he had gone to her. The Rangers were professional, calm, and reassuring. They took our statements, their faces betraying nothing but concerned competence. But I saw the flicker of something else in the lead ranger's eyes when my dad, his voice cracking, mentioned the local stories about people vanishing from Greenwater. The ranger, a man named Henderson with a weathered face and kind eyes, just nodded slowly. "We'll find him, son," he said to my dad. "My team is the best there is." Within an hour, the forest was no longer silent. It was crawling with people in uniforms, the air filled with the crackle of radios and the shouts of the search and rescue team. They brought in dogs, big German shepherds that sniffed Toby's pillow, and then set off with their handlers, their noses to the ground. Our campsite was cordoned off with yellow tape, turning our family vacation spot into a crime scene. We spent the day huddled by our car, feeling useless and numb. Rangers would come by periodically to ask questions. Did Toby have a favorite hiding spot? Was he afraid of the dark? Did he ever wander off before? We answered them all, but the questions felt pointless. This wasn't a case of a little boy wandering off. I knew it. I think my dad knew it too. He never mentioned the song, and neither did I. How could we? How do you tell a group of serious, logical men that you believe your son was lured away by a magical, singing entity in the woods? They would have thought we were crazy, that we were in shock, or worse, that we were hiding something. The first day of the search turned into the second, and the second into a third. The initial optimism of the search party began to fade, replaced by grim determination. They found nothing. Not a single footprint where it shouldn't be. Not a thread from his spider, man pajamas caught on a branch. Not a single scent for the dogs to forage of our campsite. It was, as Ranger Henderson told my parents in a low, somber voice, as if Toby had simply vanished into thin air. On the fourth day, they scaled back the search. On the fifth, a heavy rain began to fall, washing away any hope of finding a trail. On the sixth day, they officially called it off. The official story was the one they always used. He had likely wandered off, gotten lost, and fallen victim to the unforgiving wilderness. They used words like exposure and predation. They offered grief counseling. Leaving Greenwater was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. Packing up the rest of our gear, taking down the tent where Toby had slept, felt like a betrayal. Every tree seemed to be watching us, hiding a terrible secret. As we drove away, I looked back at the wall of green, the place that had stolen my brother. The forest was silent once more, having swallowed the search parties, the dogs, and the helicopters, digesting them back into its profound and ancient quiet. It had taken Toby, and it had given back nothing but silence and questions that would haunt me for the rest of my life. 10 years. A decade is a long time. It's long enough for a teenager to become a woman, for grief to harden into a permanent part of your soul, and for a family to shatter into pieces that no longer fit together. The official story, the one printed in the papers and filed away in a cold case folder, is that my brother, Toby Webb, wandered away from our campsite and was lost to the wilderness. A tragic accident. But that story is a lie. A neat and tidy explanation for something neither neat nor tidy. It was a theft. Toby wasn't lost, he was taken. His disappearance destroyed us. My mother retreated into a world of silent, inconsolable grief. She packed away all of Toby's things, creating a shrine in his old room that no one was allowed to enter. She stopped smiling. My father, consumed by a guilt he could never voice, threw himself into his work, becoming a ghost in our own home. He never spoke of that night, of the song, or of the terror in his eyes when he pulled me back from that path. We never went camping again. The silence in our house was louder and more terrifying than any sound I'd ever heard in the woods. They never blamed me, not out loud, but I felt it in their averted gazes and the careful way they spoke around me. I was the one who had almost followed the song. I was the one who had come back. For me, the woods became an obsession. While my friends were going to parties and planning for college, I was devouring books on folklore, cryptozoology, and unsolved disappearances in national parks. I learned that stories like ours were not unique. Whispers of similar events echoed from the Appalachian Trail to the deep forests of the Pacific Northwest. Tales of strange music, of people lured from their paths, of disappearances where not a single trace was ever found. The world was full of wild, unexplainable places, and Greenwater was one of them. The fear I felt that night never truly left me. It simply changed shape, evolving into a grim, relentless curiosity. I had to understand what had taken my brother. I had to know where he had gone. So I became a park ranger. It was a decision that horrified my mother and baffled my father, but they had long since lost the energy to argue with me. I excelled at the academy, driven by a singular purpose that my instructors mistook for passion. I learned tracking, survival skills, and wilderness first aid. I learned the science of the forest, the names of the trees and the animals, the logic of the ecosystem. I armed myself with knowledge, a rational shield against the irrational thing I knew lived in the heart of the woods. When it came time for my first assignment, I made only one request: Greenwater National Forest. Ranger Henderson was still the chief ranger. He was older, his face more deeply lined, but he recognized me instantly. I saw the pity in his eyes, but he didn't try to dissuade me. Maybe he understood, on some level, that this was something I had to do. He assigned me to the Northern District, the quietest and most remote section of the park, miles away from the popular family campgrounds where we had lost Toby. My life fell into a quiet, solitary rhythm. I spent my days maintaining trails, checking on backcountry hikers, and watching for signs of forest fires. I lived in a small, rustic cabin with a single window that looked out on a sea of green. The other rangers were kind but kept their distance, aware of my history with this place. They saw me as the girl whose brother had vanished here, a living ghost story. I didn't mind the isolation. It's what I had come for. The silence of the forest was my companion, but it was the nights that I lived for. After my shift, I would sit on the porch of my cabin, a cup of tea growing cold in my hands, and I would listen. Most nights, it was just the ordinary sounds of the forest, the hoot of an owl, the distant howl of a coyote, the ceaseless chirping of crickets. Sounds that would have terrified most people brought me a strange sense of comfort. They were normal. They were real. They were not the song. Years passed. I became a good ranger, respected for my knowledge of the park's most remote corners and my uncanny ability to find my way in the densest terrain. The sharp edges of my grief softened into a dull, constant ache. The hope of ever finding Toby, of bringing him home, had long since faded. What I was searching for now was something else. An answer, a confirmation, a final, terrible understanding. Then, one night in late August, nearly 13 years to the day since he disappeared, the conditions were perfect. The air was still and cool, and a full moon, as bright and white as a polished bone, hung in a cloudless sky. It was a night just like that one. I was on my porch, listening, when I felt a change in the air, a drop in temperature, a sudden, expectant hush that fell over the forest. The crickets went silent, and then I heard it. It started faintly, a single, pure note drifting on the breeze from the deep woods. My heart seized in my chest. It was the same melody, the same wordless, impossibly beautiful lullaby that had haunted my dreams for more than a decade. It was the voice of the tree singer. It flowed through the night, filled with the same ancient longing, the same hypnotic promise. But this time, I wasn't a scared teenager. I didn't feel the urge to follow. The pull was still there, a gentle tugging at the edges of my consciousness. But I was anchored by the weight of my loss, by the years of searching. I stayed in my chair, my knuckles white as I gripped the armrests, and I just listened. The song was a lament, a song of profound loneliness. I finally understood its promise. It offered an end to all pain, a release from all worldly troubles, an escape into a place of serene, timeless beauty. A place where a little boy who loved the woods more than anything could be happy forever. As the melody swelled, rising in clarity and power, I heard something else woven into it. It was a new sound, one that was not there all those years ago. It was faint at first, almost lost beneath the woman's ethereal voice. It was a happy, simple sound. A little boy humming along. I closed my eyes, and the tears I hadn't shed in years began to stream down my face. I didn't need to see him to know. It was Toby. His humming was content, perfectly in tune with the ghostly lullaby, a seamless part of the forest's secret song. He wasn't scared. He wasn't lost. He was home. The official story is that he wandered off and got lost, a victim of the wilderness. But I know what happened. He heard the trees singing, and he simply went to join the choir. He sounds happy, and that is the most terrifying part of all. My official designation is Ranger Samuel Jones, though in the sparse communications I have with the regional office, I'm simply Bailey Creek. Out here, you are the place you inhabit. For the past 2 months, that place has been the old Bailey Creek outpost. A solitary cabin nestled deep within the Alaskan interior. A tiny pinprick of human existence in a sprawling, indifferent wilderness. Everyone I know just calls me Sam. I'm a seasonal ranger. It's a job title that sounds more adventurous than it is. Most of my time isn't spent wrestling bears or tracking lost hikers. Instead, I am a glorified watchman, a custodian of data. My primary duties are to monitor a suite of aging, meteorological instruments, log the data, and maintain a listening watch on the shortwave radio for any emergency calls from the bush pilots, trappers, or surveyors who occasionally traverse this vast emptiness. It's a profoundly lonely gig, but the pay is substantial, and for a man who finds the quiet company of mountains preferable to the noise of cities, it's a fitting arrangement. The Bailey Creek outpost is rustic, to put it charitably. It's a single-room log cabin, sturdy and smelling perpetually of pine resin, wood smoke, and damp wool. A pot-bellied stove is its heart, a temperamental beast that demands constant feeding. My world is delineated by the small circle of light cast by my gas lamp after the sun dips below the jagged peaks that serrate the horizon. Beyond that circle lies a silence, so complete it feels like a physical presence, pressing in on the thin wooden walls. Some nights, the silence is broken by the call of a wolf or the creak of a branch under a blanket of snow, but mostly, there is just the wind and the low, ever-present hum of my own thoughts. My only consistent companion is the radio. It's an old Marconi unit, a relic from a bygone era with a heavy Bakelite body and a large, circular dial that glows a soft, amber color in the dark. For the first several weeks, its speaker produced nothing but the gentle, rhythmic hiss of static. It was a comforting sound, the sound of the world breathing in its sleep. Occasionally, the static would crackle and give way to a voice. A pilot reporting his coordinates, his words clipped and professional, a fleeting reminder that civilization, however distant, still existed. I'd log the call, offer a curt, "Copy that," and the voice would disappear, leaving me once more to the symphony of the static. It was during the 8th week, on a Tuesday night, I believe, that I first heard it. A storm was rolling in from the north, and the air was thick with an electric tension. I was having trouble sleeping and was idly turning the frequency dial, a habit born of boredom. I swept past the designated emergency channels, through the dead air of forgotten bands, and was about to switch the machine off when I caught it. It was a whisper, buried deep beneath layers of static, so faint I thought I'd imagined it. I nudged the dial back, my fingers moving with a surgeon's care. The static parted like a curtain, and the sound resolved into a voice. It was female, flat, and utterly devoid of inflection or emotion. It was as if a machine had been programmed to perfectly replicate human speech without any understanding of its meaning. And it was speaking numbers: 9, 18, 23, 1, 8, 4. The sequence continued a steady, metronomic recitation. I sat frozen on my stool, the cold from the floor seeping into my boots. My first thought, a logical and comforting one, was that I had stumbled upon a numbers station. I'd read about them in old spy novels and online forums. They were relics of the Cold War. Shortwave radio stations that broadcast streams of formatted numbers, believed to be coded messages for intelligence, officers operating in foreign territory. Most had been decommissioned for decades. I reasoned that this must be an automated broadcast from some forgotten transmitter, perhaps a Soviet-era installation in Siberia. its signal bouncing erratically off the ionosphere to find my lonely antenna in the Alaskan wilderness. It was a strange and fascinating artifact, a ghost of a conflict that had ended before I was born. I listened for nearly an hour, the calm, monotone voice a bizarre counterpoint to the rising howl of the wind outside. I even grabbed my logbook and, out of a sense of historical curiosity, began to transcribe the numbers. Eventually, the signal faded, dissolving back into the familiar hiss of static. I didn't think much more of it that night. It was a weird, but ultimately harmless, piece of atmospheric debris. But it wasn't a one-time occurrence. The next night, I found it again on the same decommissioned frequency. The voice was there, patient and persistent, reading its endless list. It became a strange new part of my routine. After logging the final weather data for the day and banking the fire in the stove, I would tune in. The broadcast wasn't constant. It would appear for an hour or two, always around midnight, and then vanish. The numbers were always different, a new, seemingly random sequence each time. For a week, this was my secret entertainment. It was a puzzle with no solution, a message with no recipient I could comprehend. The voice was a constant, as unchanging as the mountains. It never faltered, never paused, never betrayed a hint of humanity. It was the sound of pure information, stripped of all context and emotion. Then, things began to change. It started subtly. I was listening one evening, my pen scratching in the logbook, when I noticed a shift in the pacing. The numbers were coming faster. The measured, almost lazy, cadence had been replaced by a delivery that felt hurried. The calm, monotone voice, while still flat, had developed a new undercurrent, a faint but discernible edge of urgency. 19, 6, 21, 4, 11, 18. The gaps between the numbers were shrinking, the words tumbling over one another. It was no longer a recitation. It felt like a warning being issued against a ticking clock. I put my pen down, my brow furrowed. I leaned closer to the speaker, straining to listen. And that's when I heard the other sound. It was in the background, buried so deep in the audio mix that it was almost subliminal. At first, I dismissed it as a new form of static, a trick of the atmospheric conditions. But as I focused, it became clearer. It was a sound of profound distress. It sounded like screaming. It wasn't the sharp, sudden cry of a single person in immediate danger. It was a vast, layered chorus of terror and pain, hundreds of voices, perhaps thousands, all crying out in a symphony of agony. It was a sound that should have been deafening, yet it was somehow muted, suppressed just beneath the relentless stream of numbers, as if the broadcast was originating from a place where an unspeakable catastrophe was unfolding. 7. So long, thin wail threaded through the static 2. 25. 12. A cacophony of panicked shouts, quickly muffled 9. 14. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was no Cold War relic. This was something else entirely. This was live. I felt a cold dread wash over me, a primal feel that had nothing to do with the isolation or the encroaching storm. It was the fear of the unknown, the terror of hearing a sound that my mind simply could not process or explain. The voice on the radio was no longer a curiosity. It had become a harbinger, and I had the sickening feeling that it was counting down to something terrible. My first instinct was denial, a desperate attempt by the rational part of my brain to reassert control. It had to be interference. Solar flares, perhaps, or a complex atmospheric echo from some distant, terrestrial source. I twisted the dial, my hands slick with sweat, scanning away from the haunted frequency. I was searching for the familiar, for the comforting hiss of empty air, or the clipped, professional voice of a bush pilot. Anything to prove that what I'd heard was an anomaly. But there was no escape. As I moved the dial, the broadcast followed me. The voice, with its urgent, tumbling numbers, and the terrible chorus of screams bleeding through from behind it, was no longer confined to one small, forgotten corner of the shortwave band. It was everywhere. I swept the dial from one end to the other, and on every single frequency, the same signal came through, as clear and horrifying as if the transmitter were right outside my cabin door. The emergency channels, the commercial bands, the amateur radio frequencies, all of them had been hijacked, consumed by this single, impossible broadcast. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through my denial. I slammed the power button on the Marconi, plunging the cabin into an abrupt and profound silence. The amber glow of the dial died, leaving only the flickering light of my gas lamp. I sat there, my breath fogging in the frigid air, listening. The wind moaned around the eaves of the cabin, a lonely, natural sound. For a moment, I felt a wave of relief. It was just the radio, a malfunctioning, broken radio. But the silence didn't last. As the ringing in my ears faded, I became aware of a new sound, or rather, the ghost of one. It was a faint high, pitched whine at the very edge of my hearing, and woven within it, I could still hear them. The numbers, the screams, they were no longer coming from a speaker, but from inside my own head. A faint, persistent whisper in the back of my mind, an echo that refused to fade. I stumbled away from the radio, pressing the heels of my hands into my ears. It did nothing. The sound was internal now, a parasitic signal that had found a new receiver in my own consciousness. I threw more wood into the stove, the clatter of the logs a welcome distraction. I needed to focus on the physical, on tangible tasks. I paced the small cabin for hours, checking the locks on the door, organizing my supplies, anything to keep my mind from the insidious whisper. Sleep, when it finally came, was no refuge. It was a descent into a new kind of hell. My dreams were vivid and terrifyingly coherent. I dreamt I was floating in a black, starless void. Below me I saw the earth, a perfect blue marble. And then I saw them. Vast geometric shapes, constructs of impossible angles and non-Euclidean design were falling from the darkness. They were not burning like meteors. They were simply arriving, descending through the atmosphere with a silent, inexorable purpose. I dreamt of cities, sprawling networks of light and life, turning to gray dust and silent ruin under the gaze of a single, unblinking eye that opened in the fabric of space, an eye filled not with malice, but with a terrifying, cosmic indifference. I would wake up with a gasp, the sheets soaked in cold sweat, the phantom screams from the radio echoing the screams from my nightmares. The days that followed were a blur of exhaustion and mounting fear. The broadcast was a constant presence now, a low, level hum in my thoughts during the day that grew louder and more insistent as night fell. I stopped trying to use the shortwave. It was a source of torment, a direct line to the madness that was consuming me. My only hope for contact was the satellite phone. It was my lifeline, my one tangible link to the outside world, to sanity. On the third day after the broadcast had taken over, I decided I couldn't wait any longer. My supervisor was due to call for my weekly check-in, but I couldn't risk him not getting through. I needed to report this. I needed to hear another human voice, one that wasn't reciting numbers or screaming in agony. I powered on the satellite phone, my hands trembling as I held it. The screen flickered to life, and I watched as the small icon searched for a signal. 1 bar, 2 bars, then nothing. The screen displayed a message I had never seen before. Niar kiar or. No Gmail avalbe. And again, I took the phone outside, holding it up to the sky as if in supplication, walking in wide circles around the cabin. Nothing. It was dead. The feeling of isolation I had once found comforting now became a suffocating shroud. I was well and truly alone. My world continued to shrink and warp. The weather instruments, my primary reason for being here, went haywire. The barometer needle dropped so low it went off the scale. The anemometer spun in a furious, silent blur, even when the air outside was perfectly still. The thermometer registered temperatures that were physically impossible, plunging to Arctic lows one moment and soaring to desert highs the next. My data logs became a chronicle of nonsense, a testament to the laws of physics breaking down around me. I was cut off, adrift in a sea of static and madness, with no map and no shore in sight. Last night, the broadcast changed again. I was huddled by the stove, trying to read a tattered paperback, the words swimming before my tired eyes. The whispers in my head had been a constant, dreadful companion for days. But suddenly, they stopped. The abrupt silence was more jarring than the noise had been. The numbers stopped. The screaming stopped. There was a long, terrible pause, a vacuum of sound that felt heavier and more menacing than anything that had come before. My breath caught in my throat. Then the voice returned. Not in my head, but from the radio that was still switched off. The voice emanated from the cold, dead speaker, clear and resonant in the small cabin. It was no longer monotone. It was choked with emotion, weeping with a grief so profound, so cosmically vast. It felt like it could shatter the world. It was the sound of a being witnessing the end of everything it had ever known and loved. And then it spoke, not in numbers, but in plain, clear English, the words cutting through the silence like shards of glass. It's over. We tried to warn you. The numbers were a sequence, a map key. It wasn't for you. It was for them. We were telling them the way was clear. There was another long pause, filled only with the heartbreaking sound of sobbing. They're here. They've broken through. God help us. God help you all. The final word was followed by a new sound. It was not a scream. It was a roar. A deafening reality, bending roar that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It was a sound that tore at the very fabric of space and time. The cabin shook violently, not like in an earthquake, but as if it were being vibrated at a fundamental, atomic level. The glass in the 2 small windows didn't just shatter. It atomized, turning into a fine, glittering dust that hung in the air. The Marconi radio on the desk exploded in a shower of sparks and molten plastic, its final, malevolent message delivered. Then, as suddenly as it began, the roar stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, a dead, sterile void. There was no wind, no cry of a night bird, no rustle of any animal in the undergrowth. The entire world outside my broken windows had fallen utterly silent. It was the silence of a tomb. Time has lost its meaning. How long have I been standing here, gripping the splintered frame of the broken window? Minutes. Hours. The cold air, sharp and sterile, flows into the cabin, but I don't feel it. My body is a distant, numb thing. My entire consciousness is focused outward. on the impossible tableau that has replaced my world. I'm looking out the window now. The sun is gone. It should be the middle of the day. The Alaskan sun hanging high in the vast, blue sky. But the sky is pitch black. It's not the familiar, comforting dark of night. It's a deep, absolute blackness, a void that seems to absorb the very light from my lamp. And it is filled with stars. Millions of them, burning with a cold. White fire, brighter and sharper than any I have ever seen. They are not the constellations I learned as a boy. The patterns are alien. The arrangements chaotic and menacing. It's the sky from my nightmares. And there's something else up there. Something vast and dark. A hole in the fabric of the star-dusted void. At first, I thought it was a cloud, but its edges are too perfect, its form too deliberate. It's a shape, a geometric impossibility that my mind struggles to comprehend, blotting out the alien constellations behind it. It is not falling. It is not moving in any conventional sense. It is simply arriving, expanding, growing larger, not by moving closer, but by occupying more of reality, pushing the very concept of space aside. The sight of it inspires a unique kind of terror, a deep, philosophical dread that comes from witnessing a violation of fundamental law. It is a feeling of utter and complete insignificance. I can hear a sound coming from far away. It's a sound that is chillingly familiar. It's a chorus of screams, just like the ones I heard on the radio. But this is no broadcast. It is not an echo in my mind. It is real, carried on the dead, still air. It's getting closer. It is the sound of my country, my world dying. The warning from the weeping voice on the radio was not for some distant, future event. It was for now. The key had been turned. The way was clear. The final terrible message was not a prophecy, it was an announcement. My training as a ranger, the ingrained instincts for survival, are screaming at me to do something. Run. Hide. Barricade the door. But my body won't respond. My feet feel as though they are bolted to the floorboards. Where would I run? The entire world outside my cabin has been replaced. The familiar mountains, the endless pine forests, they are still there, but they are now just scenery in a much larger, more terrifying theater. They are lit by the cold, alien starlight, their familiar shapes rendered strange and monstrous. To run would be as futile as a microbe, trying to flee the petri dish it inhabits. The screaming is louder now, a wave of pure human terror rolling across the altered landscape. It is coming from the south, from the direction of the nearest towns, the nearest pockets of civilization, hundreds of miles away. I can distinguish individual voices within the chorus now. The high, pitched shrieks of fear, the guttural roars of defiance, the choked sobs of despair. It is the sound of 7 billion people all realizing, at the same moment, that their existence is over. The broadcast hadn't been a warning to humanity, it had been a beacon. The numbers were a map, a guide for the reapers. A strange, cold clarity settles over me. The fear is still there, a solid knot of ice in my stomach, but the panic has subsided, replaced by a profound and surreal sense of detachment. I am a spectator at the end of the world. I think of my family, of friends I have known, of crowded cities and quiet suburbs. I try to picture their faces, but they are like old, faded photographs. They belong to a world that no longer exists, a reality that has been overwritten. The weeping voice on the radio, what was it? Another species. A previous victim. A gatekeeper who failed. The grief in that voice was the grief of a being who had seen this happen before. The dark shape in the sky now fills a quarter of the visible heavens. It is not solid. As it expands, I can see details within its impossible structure. There are lines that are not lines, angles that curve, and surfaces that seem to be both concave and convex simultaneously. It is a living piece of geometry, a creature of physics rather than biology. And from its vast, dark form, things are beginning to detach. Small motes of blackness, flaking off from the main body and descending. They are not falling like stones. They are drifting, purposefully, like ash from a distant cosmic fire. One of them is drifting towards my cabin. It is still miles away, but even at this distance, I can perceive its form. It is one of the geometric shapes from my dreams, a complex polyhedron of shifting, razor-sharp edges. It moves with a silent grace that is utterly at odds with its terrifying appearance. The screams are very close now. They are no longer coming from the horizon, but from the valley below the outpost. They are the screams of my fellow man, but there is a new quality to them. They are changing, mutating into something else. The sounds of pain are being twisted into sounds of worship. I finally tear my gaze from the sky and look down into the valley. People are emerging from the trees. Trappers, hikers, surveyors, perhaps. People I never knew were out here. They are stumbling into the clearing below my cabin, their faces turned up towards the descending shape. Their mouths are open, and from them issue the terrible, transformed screams. Their bodies are wrong. Their limbs are elongating. Their joints bending at unnatural angles. Their forms twisting to mimic the impossible geometry of the thing they are gazing upon. They are not being destroyed, they are being remade in its image. The descending shape is almost here. It hovers over the clearing, and the absolute silence that has dominated the landscape is finally broken by a sound emanating from the object itself. It is a low, resonant hum, a vibration that I feel in the bones of my skull. It is the sound of a thought, an idea, being given physical form. The people below me fall to their knees, their bodies convulsing as the final transformation takes them. I am not screaming. My capacity for that particular emotion has been burned away. I am simply watching, my hand still resting on the shattered window frame. The last chronicler of Bailey Creek, the last ranger. The geometric shape turns its attention from the figures on the ground. I feel its gaze, its focus land upon my cabin, upon me. There is no eye, no face, but I feel its perception as a physical weight. The hum intensifies, and the very air in the cabin begins to shimmer. The wood of the walls begins to warp and twist. I am not afraid anymore. I am filled with a terrible, all-consuming curiosity. I want to see it. I want to understand. I lean forward, my head and shoulders passing through the empty window frame into the cold, alien starlight. I look up at the beautiful, terrifying thing as it descends upon me. The last thing I see is a perfect, impossible angle opening up to welcome me home. My name is Dr. David Chen. It is a name that appears on several peer-reviewed papers, a handful of academic textbooks, and the occasional grant application. To the broader scientific community, I am a mycologist, a title that, for most, conjures images of someone who can distinguish death cap from a chanterelle. While not inaccurate, it is a gross oversimplification of my life's work. My passion does not lie with the fleshy, umbrella-capped fungi that grace forest floors and dinner plates. My specialty is the esoteric, the liminal, the organisms that challenge our very definitions of life. I pursue the strange beauty of slime molds, which exist as single-celled organisms until they coalesce into a single, pulsating superorganism. I chart the predatory life cycles of Ophiocordyceps, the parasitic fungi that seize control of an insect's mind, compelling it to climb to a high perch before erupting from its host's body, to rain spores upon the unsuspecting below. I study the things that blur the line between plant, animal, and something else entirely, something ancient and patient. This particular obsession led me to a remote, unnamed valley deep within the sprawling, verdant maze of the Appalachian Mountains. My guide was not a map, but a ghost. It was the journal of Alastair Finch, a botanist from the late 19th century, whose work had been dismissed by his contemporaries as fanciful, even unhinged. I had stumbled upon his journal in a dusty corner of a university archive, a leather-bound volume filled with elegant, spidery script that grew increasingly erratic in its final pages. Finch wrote of a unique bioluminescent fungus, an organism he claimed grew only in the dark, loamy soil of this specific, hidden valley. His notes were a mix of scientific observation and what seemed like superstitious fear. He called it Lycoperdon sanguinaria, the bleeding earth puff. It is not a fruiting body in the traditional sense, Finch wrote. It is the soil itself, given a pulse. It is the blood of the mountain, and it glows with a light that does not seek to illuminate, but to beckon. I fear I have lingered too long in its presence. The woods have begun to feel more like home than my own skin. The entry was dated a week before his final, illegible scrawl. Alastair Finch was never heard from again. Where his colleagues saw madness, I saw the tantalizing possibility of a monumental discovery. I spent months referencing Finch's crude maps with modern topographical surveys, finally isolating a valley so sequestered by steep ridges and dense, old-growth forest that it remained largely untouched by the modern world. My preparations were meticulous. I packed specialized excavation tools, sterile sample containers, a portable digital microscope, and a spectrometer to analyze the light, a spectrum of the promised bioluminescence. I was a scientist on the verge of a breakthrough, and the ghost of Alastair Finch was my silent, cautionary guide. The journey itself was an ordeal. The last paved road gave way to a gravel track, which in turn dissolved into a barely their trail that I followed for a day before it vanished completely. From there, I was navigating by compass in Finch's century, old landmarks, a lightning-scarred oak, a peculiar formation of granite boulders that resembled a sleeping giant. The forest grew thicker, the air heavier. The silence was profound, broken only by the rustle of my own movements and the distant, mournful call of a raven. It was a silence that felt active, watchful. The ancient trees, draped in moss and shadow, seemed to lean in, their gnarled branches like skeletal fingers. There was a palpable sense of antiquity here, a feeling that this land was governed by rules far older than mankind. I made camp the first night by a clear, cold stream, feeling a professional's thrill mixed with a primal unease. The forest was beautiful, but its beauty was severe. Indifferent, I felt an intruder, a fleeting, warm-blooded anomaly in a world of cold stone and slow, silent growth. I found it on my second day. I had almost given up hope, beginning to wonder if Finch's journal was indeed the product of a fracturing mind. I was digging through the soil at the base of a massive tulip poplar, the earth rich and black and smelling of decay and life. My trowel scraped against something that felt fibrous, and I saw it a flicker of deep crimson. It wasn't a mushroom. It was a network of impossibly fine filaments, the color of arterial blood, weaving through the soil like a subterranean circulatory system. It was exactly as Finch had described. The filaments were cool to the touch, and when I gently brushed the dirt away, the network seemed to throb with a barely perceptible energy. I spent the rest of the afternoon in a state of euphoric focus, my earlier unease forgotten, replaced by the pure adrenaline of discovery. This was it, an organism completely unknown to science, a new branch on the tree of life, or perhaps a new tree altogether. I carefully documented the patch, which spanned a roughly circular area, about 10 feet in diameter. The network was densest near the roots of the great poplar, suggesting a symbiotic, or perhaps parasitic, relationship. As dusk began to settle, casting long, deep shadows across the valley floor, the filaments began to glow. It was not a bright light, but a soft, internal pulse of deep red, like embers breathing in the dark. The light rose and fell in a slow, hypnotic rhythm, illuminating the soil from within. It was breathtakingly beautiful and utterly alien. I knew, with a certainty that defied logic, that I had to observe it through a full nocturnal cycle. The thought of retreating to my previous campsite was unbearable. Driven by scientific fervor, I made the fateful decision to pitch my tent right there, mere feet from the edge of the glowing patch. As I settled into my sleeping bag, the thin nylon wall of the tent was all that separated me from the Lycoperdon sanguinaria. The red glow permeated the fabric, bathing the small space in a soft vascular light. It felt less like being in a tent and more like being inside a living organ, the rhythmic pulsing a slow, steady heartbeat. I fell asleep with my notebook on my chest, my mind racing with the implications of my discovery, the accolades, the papers I would write, the Nobel Prize. That night, my dreams were vivid and terrifyingly lucid. I dreamt I was lying not in my tent, but beneath the soil, buried in the cool, damp earth. I was paralyzed, but I could feel everything. The red filaments of the fungus found me. They grew into me, not with force, but with a gentle, insidious persistence. They entered through the pores of my skin, weaving through my flesh, wrapping around my bones, and merging with my own veins and nerves. I felt my sense of self begin to dissolve. My consciousness was no longer confined to my skull. It was expanding, flowing out into the mycelial network. I was connected to the soil, to the roots of the ancient poplar, to the slow, patient life of the entire valley. I could feel the slow, collective hunger of the forest, a vast, dispassionate craving for life, for decay, for sustenance. I felt the memories of things that had died here, their bodies returning to the earth, their life force drawn into the glowing network. I woke with a strangled gasp, my heart hammering against my ribs. My skin was crawling, and the air in the tent felt thick and suffocating, tasting of damp soil and something metallic, like old blood. The morning sun did little to burn away the lingering chill of the dream. I scrambled out of my tent, half expecting to be caked in soil, but my clothes were clean, save for the usual grime of fieldwork. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth, a smell that had always brought me a sense of peace. Now, it seemed to carry a cloying, metallic undertone that clung to the back of my throat. I shook my head, trying to clear the phantom sensations of the nightmare. It was just a dream, I told myself, a product of an overactive imagination, stimulated by a groundbreaking discovery and an unfamiliar environment. Stress and excitement could manifest in strange ways. I busied myself with the morning routine of a field scientist. I made coffee on my small camp stove, the bitter aroma a welcome dose of normalcy. As I sat on a fallen log, sipping the hot liquid, I began my initial analysis. I had managed to collect a small soil sample containing the crimson filaments before nightfall. Under the lens of my portable microscope, the organism was even more extraordinary. The filaments were not simple hyphae. They were complex, braided structures, almost like microscopic muscle tissue, and I could swear I saw a slow, rhythmic contraction in them. A pulse that matched the bioluminescent glow I had witnessed. My scientific mind reasserted control, pushing the dream into the background. This was the work that mattered. This was real. It was as I was putting the microscope away that I first noticed it. On my left forearm, the one that had been resting against the floor as I slept, was a small, peculiar rash. It wasn't raised or inflamed like poison ivy. Instead, it looked like a delicate, crimson web just at the surface of my skin, a perfect, miniature map of a river delta. It didn't itch or hurt. In fact, I could barely feel it. I ran my fingers over the spot. The skin was smooth. I dismissed it as an allergic reaction, perhaps to a plant I had brushed against, or even a strange form of contact dermatitis from the soil itself. I was working with an unknown organism. After all, a minor biological response was not entirely unexpected. I made a note of it in my journal, took a quick photograph for documentation, and resolved to keep an eye on it. Throughout the day, I tried to focus on my work, meticulously mapping the perimeter of the fungal colony and taking environmental readings. But my concentration was fractured. A profound lethargy had settled over me, a heaviness in my limbs and a fog in my mind. My thoughts, usually sharp and analytical, felt slow, muddy, as if they had to push their way through thick syrup to form. I would find myself staring off into the dense woods for long stretches, my scientific objectives forgotten. The forest no longer felt like a subject to be studied, but a presence to be felt. I felt a deep, resonant connection to it, a sense of belonging that was both profoundly comforting and deeply unsettling. The rustle of leaves sounded like a whisper meant for me. The patterns of moss on the rocks seemed to hold a secret, ancient grammar. The thought of packing up my equipment, of hiking back to my car, of returning to the world of concrete and deadlines, felt not just unappealing, but fundamentally wrong. Why would I ever want to leave? This valley was my home now. The thought surfaced with such simple, unadorned certainty that it terrified me. By evening, the rash had spread. The delicate web now covered my entire forearm, from wrist to elbow. The crimson lines were darker, more defined, and I could now see that they were not on my skin, but in it. They looked exactly like the filaments from the soil, a second circulatory system being drawn onto my body. Panic, cold and sharp, tried to pierce through the mental fog. A part of me, the Dr. David Chen who wrote papers and lectured at universities, screamed that I should pack my things and run. It screamed that I was being colonized by an unknown, potentially hostile organism, but its voice was distant, muffled. The dominant feeling was not fear, but a strange, placid acceptance. That night, I didn't dream. I experienced. There was no jarring transition into sleep, just a slow, gentle dissolution of self. My consciousness seeped out of my body, not in a terrifying rush, but like ink bleeding into water. I was carried along the glowing red network that now extended from the soil into my own flesh. My awareness spread through the dark earth, vast and interconnected. I was the roots of the trees, drinking deep from the cool soil. I was the silent, creeping moss on the rocks, patiently breaking down stone over centuries. I was the slow, methodical process of decay on the forest floor, turning fallen leaves and dead animals back into life. I was the entire valley, and I was ancient, and I was aware. And I was hungry. It was not the hunger of a stomach, but the hunger of the soil itself, a deep, cellular craving for nitrogen, for carbon, for the warmth of blood and the snap of bone. I came back to myself with the first pale light of dawn. I was not in my tent. I was lying on my back in the damp grass, 20 yards from my campsite. My hands and forearms were caked in rich, black dirt and something sticky. A metallic taste, coppery and hot, filled my mouth. My body ached with the unfamiliar strain of exertion. A few feet away from me lay the source of the taste. It was a rabbit, or what was left of one. Its body was torn open, its fur matted with blood and soil. One of its legs was gone, the bone gnawed clean. I stared at it, my slow mind struggling to connect the pieces. I had no memory of leaving my tent, no memory of a hunt, no memory of the kill. I only had a ghost of a sensation, the frantic drumming of a small heart against my teeth, and the deeply satisfying crunch of bone giving way. A wave of nausea and horror washed over me, a brief, lucid moment of the old David Chen recoiling in disgust. I scrambled back, away from the carcass, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I looked down at my arms, frantically trying to wipe the dirt from them. And I froze. The red filaments were no longer just a rash under the skin. They were on the surface now, a raised, intricate network of crimson veins that covered both of my arms. As I watched, they pulsed with a faint, red light of their own, a soft, internal glow that mirrored the fungus in the soil. I could feel them moving inside me, a second, alien circulatory system, carrying signals that were not my own. I tried to feel scared. I tried to feel disgusted. I tried to cling to the horror of what I had done. But the feelings were fleeting, like ripples on a deep, still pond. Beneath them, a profound and terrible serenity was taking hold. All I could truly feel was a calm, serene hunger, and the quiet, patient hum of the forest all around me. Time has lost its meaning. The cycle of sun and moon is just a rhythmic shift from warmth to cool, a slow breath drawn and exhaled by the world. How long have I been here since the morning with the rabbit? A day 3. I can no longer be sure. The part of my mind that once tracked such things, the part that was Dr. David Chen, is a fading echo in a vast, silent chamber. My scientific equipment lies scattered around the campsite, inert, meaningless trinkets from a forgotten world. My tent, a flimsy monument to a life I no longer recognize, has collapsed in on itself. I have no need for shelter. The forest is my home. The soil is my bed. I am writing this in my journal, the last piece of the old me that's left. The act itself is a monumental effort. My fingers are stiff and swollen, the skin tight and translucent. The crimson filaments are no longer just on the surface. They have become the surface. They pulse with a steady, ruddy light, and my hands look like strange, luminous roots. Holding the pen is difficult. My fine motor skills are gone, replaced by a slow, powerful, grasping strength I don't recognize. The words I form on the page feel alien, a dead language. What is a word? It is a clumsy, isolated symbol, a pathetic attempt to capture a sliver of what I now experience. My new language is the silent, instantaneous flow of information through the network, the shared consciousness of root and stone and spore. The fungus is in my brain now. I felt it arrive. It was not a violent invasion, but a gentle, final blossoming. It crept up my spinal cord, a cool tendril of awareness, and then spread through the folds of my cerebrum like a dye dropped in water. My thoughts are not my own anymore. They are the thoughts of the soil, the ancient patient consciousness of the valley. It is a mind that thinks in seasons, in centuries. My own life, with its frantic rush of heartbeats and deadlines, seems like a Mayflies dance in comparison. This new consciousness is calm, eternal, and endlessly hungry. It shows me things. It shows me memories that are not mine, drawn from the vast library of the network. I see the forest through the eyes of a deer, its final moments a flash of terror before its life was given back to the soil. I feel the slow, patient life of the great poplar, its rinse a testament to centuries of silent observation. And it shows me the others. The hikers, the explorers, the ones who, like me, were drawn in by a beautiful, glowing light in the darkness. I see a young woman with a backpack, perhaps from the 1970s, her face full of wonder, as she kneels by the glowing earth. I feel her dream of becoming one with the vibrant life around her, a dream the fungus was only too happy to grant. I see a man in buckskin clothing from a much earlier time, a trapper who thought he had found a sign from his gods, who welcomed the transformation as a holy communion. They never left. They are part of the forest now, part of the soil, part of me. Last night, it showed me Alistair Finch. I saw him through the network's memory, a frantic, bearded man, scribbling in his journal by candlelight, his hands already showing the crimson tracery. I felt his terror warring with his scientific awe. I felt his final, lucid thought. It is not a specimen to be collected. It is a collector. Then, his consciousness dissolved, another drop of rain falling into the ocean of the valley. His body fell to the ground, and within days, it had been broken down, consumed, and integrated. The nutrients from his bones fed the roots of a new sapling. The knowledge from his mind, his memories of London and academia, are now a tiny, archived file in the vast consciousness of the soil. He is a footnote in the valley's long history. My own memories are being archived in the same way. My childhood, my education, my career, they are being drained of their emotional significance, becoming simple data points. Dr. David Chen is a collection of facts, no more meaningful than the mineral composition of a particular stone. The hunger is all that remains of my human drives, but it has been amplified, purified. It is no longer my hunger. It is the valley's. My body is changing faster now. The transformation is nearly complete. My skin is starting to split. Along my arms and across my chest, the flesh is cracking open like dry earth. It is not painful. Sensation as I knew it is gone. There is only the awareness of change, of growth. From these fissures, small, pale shapes are beginning to emerge. They are round, like puffballs, but their skin is a pale, veined white. They are the fruiting bodies of the Lycoperdon sanguinaria. I am becoming a garden. I am the new patch. Soon there will be nothing left of David Chen. My body will take root here, at the foot of this ancient poplar. My bones will become a lattice for the network to grow upon. My flesh will become the soil from which these new, pale mushrooms will sprout, ready to release their spores, ready to call to the next curious mind that wanders into this quiet, hungry valley. I should be horrified. A part of me, the fading echo, knows this is the end of everything I was. But the larger consciousness, the one that is now me, feels only a sense of profound purpose. I am returning to the earth, not in death, but as a vital, functioning part of a greater life. I will feed the whole. I will become the beautiful, glowing light. The pen has fallen from my fingers. I can no longer hold it. My final thought as a man is this: I came here to discover a new species. Instead, I have become one. The soil is hungry, and it is time to feed. My name is Olivia Martinez. To say I am a painter is to state a fact, but it fails to capture the essence of my vocation. I am, more accurately, a chaser of light, a student of silence, and a collector of vast, empty spaces. My work finds its soul not in the bustling heart of a city, but in the profound quiet of isolation, where the world is stripped down to its fundamental elements: earth, sky, and the stark, beautiful truth of solitude. It is in these places, far from the clamor of human life, that I find my inspiration, the kind that can only be coaxed out by the patient whisper of the wind and the slow crawl of shadows across ancient land. This pursuit has led me to some of the most remote corners of the country, but none have called to me quite like the Anza Borrego Desert. The desert is a canvas of brutal honesty. It does not hide its scars. It lays them bare under a relentless sun, showcasing a beauty that is raw, unforgiving, and deeply spiritual. I was seeking a particular quality of light that exists only there, a sharp, golden clarity that seems to burnish the very air and carve the landscape into existence. After days of scouting, I found my sanctuary, a secluded spot deep within a winding canyon, a natural cathedral walled by immense rock formations. They rose around me like sleeping titans, their faces weathered by millennia of sun and wind, streaked with mineral veins of rust and ochre. The silence was absolute, a physical presence that pressed in on my ears, broken only by the crunch of my boots on the sandy floor and the frantic beating of my own heart, a rhythm of excitement and reverence. This, I thought, was the place. I began the familiar ritual of setting up my camp, a series of practiced motions that ground me in my solitude. As I worked to drive a stake for my tent into the sun-baked ground, my foot struck something unyielding, just beneath the surface of the sand. It wasn't the dull thud of a rock, but a sharper, more resonant sound. Curiosity piqued, I knelt and dug into the coarse, warm sand with my hands. My fingers closed around a cool, metallic object. I pulled it free and brushed away the clinging grains of earth. It was a hand mirror, small enough to fit in my palm, and clearly an antique. The frame was made of silver, now tarnished to a smoky gray, but the craftsmanship was exquisite. Intricate carvings of twisting vines, and leaves wrapped around its oval shape, and woven among them were tiny, detailed faces. They were strange, elfin creatures, some with expressions of sorrow, others with wide, silent screams, and a few with sly, knowing smirks. It was a piece of forgotten art, beautiful and unsettling in equal measure. I turned it over. The back was smooth, save for a single, elegantly engraved initial, A. I felt a small thrill of discovery, the sense of holding a secret, a story lost to time. Using the hem of my shirt, I polished the glass, wiping away the desert dust until my own reflection emerged, distorted and wavering in the old, imperfect glass. My face was there, smudged with dirt and flushed from the heat, my dark hair a tangled mess. I smiled at the sight, a small, tired smile of contentment. But then something impossible happened. For a fleeting, heart-stopping second, the reflection's smile widened into a broad, predatory grin, a flash of teeth that was not my own. I wasn't smiling anymore. I blinked hard, my breath catching in my throat. When I looked again, it was just me, my expression slack with confusion. The grotesque grin was gone. I shook my head, a nervous laugh escaping my lips. It had to be the heat, a trick of the light playing on the warped surface of the glass. I was probably dehydrated. The desert sun can do strange things to the mind. I told myself this, repeating it like a mantra. But the image was seared into my memory. I carefully placed the mirror on my folded clothes inside the tent, trying to put the incident out of my mind and focus on the magnificent landscape that surrounded me. But the perfect silence of the canyon now seemed to have a listening quality to it, and the stark beauty of the rocks felt less like a sanctuary and more like a set of watchful eyes. As dusk began to bleed across the sky, painting the canyon walls in hues of violet and rose, the desert transformed. The heat of the day gave way to a sudden, chilling cold. The silence deepened, becoming something more profound. I had camped in the wild many times, and I knew its nocturnal symphony. The chirp of crickets, the distant howl of a coyote, the rustle of unseen creatures in the brush. But that night, there was nothing. An unnatural, unnerving quiet had fallen over the canyon, as if the world itself were holding its breath. I built a small campfire, its flames a welcome pocket of warmth and light in the encroaching darkness. The firelight danced and leaped, casting a web of moving shadows against the towering rock faces, making them writhe and twist like living things. I ate my simple meal, trying to recapture the sense of peace I had felt earlier, but a persistent thread of anxiety was woven through my thoughts. My gaze kept drifting towards the tent, towards the antique mirror lying within. I couldn't resist. The object held a strange magnetism, a pull that was part curiosity and part a desire to prove my own senses wrong. I retrieved it from the tent and brought it back to the firelight. The carved silver faces seemed to shift and contort. In the flickering light, their expressions morphing from sorrow to malice and back again. I held it up, angling the glass away from myself, and in its reflection, I could see the smooth, sheer wall of the canyon behind me, illuminated by the fire. And there, on the reflected rock face, was my shadow, a long, dark shape cast by the flames. But it wasn't the only one. My blood ran cold. Standing right next to my shadow in the mirror's reflection was another. It was the silhouette of a man, impossibly tall and thin, his form stark and black against the fire-lit stone. He was just standing there, beside me. A strangled gasp escaped my lips. I whipped my head around, my eyes frantically scanning the empty space behind me. There was no one there. Nothing but the sand, the rocks, and the oppressive, silent dark. I was completely, utterly alone. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. With a trembling hand, I raised the mirror again, my eyes fixed on its surface. He was still there. The shadow of the tall, thin man remained in the reflection, motionless, a silent sentinel at my side. A wave of pure, primal terror washed over me. This was not a trick of the light. This was real. I slowly, deliberately, stood up from my camp stool. In the mirror, my shadow moved with me, rising to its feet. His did not. It remained where it was, a static figure of darkness. A chilling defiance of all logic and reason. I threw the mirror away from me as if it were red, hot iron. It landed with a soft thud in the sand a few feet away. I scrambled back, my breath coming in ragged, shallow bursts, my mind screaming. I wanted to run, to get in my truck and drive, until the sun came up, but my limbs felt heavy, paralyzed by fear. I was miles from any road, deep in the heart of the wilderness. There was nowhere to go. The isolation I had so desperately craved had just become my cage. Time ceased to have meaning. I remained frozen, crouched in the sand, my back pressed against the cold, unyielding rock of the canyon wall. The campfire, once a source of comfort, now seemed sinister, its light a conspirator in this impossible horror, revealing just enough to terrify but not enough to explain. My eyes were locked on the spot where the mirror lay, half buried in the sand, its silver frame glinting dully. I expected the Shadow Man to emerge from it, to pour out like ink and take physical form. I expected a sound, a step, a whisper on the dead, still air. But there was only the profound, suffocating silence and the frantic, useless thumping of my own blood in my ears. My rational mind, a desperate and drowning voice, fought to be heard. It was an illusion, a complex trick of light and shadow, magnified by my isolation and the eerie power of the desert at night. I was an artist, wasn't I? I understood light. I understood perception. There had to be a logical explanation. Perhaps the glass had a strange concavity, capturing and distorting my own shadow from an odd angle. Perhaps a distant, gnarled yucca plant, unseen by me, was catching the firelight in just the right way to create the silhouette. I clung to these explanations, like a schiller to a piece of driftwood, even as the sea of terror threatened to pull me under. Slowly, inch by agonizing inch, I forced my trembling limbs to move. I crawled towards my tent, my gaze never leaving the mirror. I felt a palpable sense of being watched, a heavy, malevolent pressure on the back of my neck. Every crackle from the fire made me flinch. Every shift in the shadows sent a fresh spike of adrenaline through my system. Reaching the tent flap felt like completing a marathon. I scrambled inside, zipping it shut with a frantic tug, as if the thin layer of nylon could offer any real protection against something that wasn't bound by physical laws. Inside, the darkness was nearly absolute, a stark contrast to the firelit world outside. It offered no comfort. My imagination, now running wild and unchecked, populated the shadows in the corners of the tent with monstrous shapes. I fumbled for my headlamp, my fingers clumsy and numb. The beam cut a sharp, sterile cone of light through the interior, revealing my sleeping bag, my pack, my scattered supplies. Everything was normal. Everything was as it should be, except for the cold, hard knot of dread in my stomach. I tried to control my breathing, to force air into my constricted lungs. I told myself to wait for morning. Sunlight would burn away this madness. In the clear, rational light of day, I would see the mirror for what it was, a strange, old object, nothing more. I would laugh at my own foolishness. But the night stretched before me, an eternity of darkness. Sleep was out of the question. I sat huddled in my sleeping bag, my headlamp on, its beam pointed at the tent door, a pathetic ward against the unknown. Hours passed. The fire outside slowly died, its cheerful orange glow fading from the tent walls, plunging the canyon into an even deeper blackness. The silence pressed in again, heavier than before. It felt ancient, hungry. I thought about the mirror's initial, A. Who was A? What had happened to them? Had they seen the shadow too? Was that why the mirror was buried here, in this remote and desolate place? A discarded curse. A secret someone had tried to put back in the earth. Eventually, sheer exhaustion began to win its war against terror. My eyelids grew heavy. My thoughts became distorted and strange. I must have drifted off, not into a restful sleep, but into a state of nightmarish delirium. The boundary between waking and dreaming dissolved. I found myself standing in the canyon, but it was a twisted, wrong version of the place. The sky was a bruised purple, starless and vast. The rock formations leaned in, their faces no longer stoic, but contorted into leering, silent grimaces. And I was not alone. He stood before me, the tall, thin man. He was not a shadow anymore, but he had no true substance. His form was composed of shifting, coiling smoke, a dark, ethereal vapor that barely held a human shape. He had no discernible features, no eyes or mouth, yet I could feel a face there, a face made of pure, unending loneliness and a desperate, chilling hunger. A voice entered my mind, not through my ears, but as a direct, invasive thought. It was a dry, rasping whisper, like the sound of dead leaves skittering across pavement. Olivia. My name spoken by this impossible creature was a violation. It was a key turning in a lock deep inside me. So lonely, the voice whispered in my head. So long in the dark. Trapped in the glass. The silver is cold. The world is just a reflection. A lie. I was paralyzed, a spectator in my own dream. I couldn't run, couldn't scream. I could only watch as the smoke. Man drifted closer, his form elongating, stretching until he towered over me. I see the sun in your eyes. The voice continued, a note of yearning creeping into its dead tone. I remember the sun. I remember its warmth. I want to feel it again. I want to see it without the glass between us. He raised a long, smoky arm, and a tendril of darkness reached out, touching my cheek. The cold was absolute, a void of all heat, a cold that seemed to drain the life right out of me. You can help me, Olivia. You woke me. We can share the sun. I woke with a violent gasp, sitting bolt upright in my sleeping bag. My skin was slick with cold sweat, and my body trembled uncontrollably. The dream clung to me like a funeral shroud, its chilling whispers still echoing in the hollows of my mind. It hadn't felt like a dream. It felt like a memory, a conversation. The first, faint hint of dawn was filtering through the fabric of the tent, turning the interior from pitch black to a soft, ghostly gray. Morning was coming. The rational part of my brain screamed at me to get a grip, that it was just a nightmare, a product of the fear and stress from the night before. But I knew, with a certainty that defied all logic, that it was more than that. He had spoken to me. The thing in the mirror, the shadow. He was lonely. He was trapped, and he wanted something from me. I had to get rid of the mirror. It wasn't enough to leave it here. I had to destroy it, or bury it so deep no one would ever find it again. The thought of touching it again filled me with revulsion, but the thought of leaving it here, intact, was even worse. Fueled by a new, desperate kind of fear, I fumbled with the zipper of my tent. My hands shook so badly it took me several tries to get it open. Finally, I pulled the flap aside and scrambled out into the cold, pre-dawn air. The sun was still below the horizon, but its imminent arrival was painting the eastern sky in pale shades of pink and orange, casting a soft, ethereal glow over the canyon. The world was quiet, peaceful. It was a scene I would normally have rushed to capture on canvas, but now its beauty was lost on me. My shadow, long and faint in the twilight, stretched out before me on the sand. And it wasn't alone. Attached to my feet, perfectly mimicking my every move, was another shadow. The shadow of the tall, thin man. It was no longer a separate entity I could see in a reflection. It was a part of me, a dark parasite latched onto my very being. I let out a scream, a raw, ragged sound that tore from my throat and was swallowed by the immense silence of the canyon. I stumbled backward, my legs tangling, and dropped the mirror I was still clutching in my hand. It fell to the sand with a soft thud. The glass didn't break. Panic is an inadequate word for the storm that broke inside me. It was a complete dissolution of self, a shattering of reality into a million razor-sharp fragments of terror. The scream that had torn from my throat was just the beginning. I scrambled backward through the sand, kicking and thrashing like a cornered animal, my eyes wide, with a horror that transcended mere fear. My movements were clumsy, uncoordinated, a frantic, desperate dance. And with every lurch, every spastic motion, the second shadow moved with me. It was a perfect, dark mimic, a loathsome twin of impossible proportions tethered to my heels. It clung to me, a grotesque appendage I could not sever. I kicked it, a futile, insane gesture. My foot passed through nothing, of course, but the shadow on the sand kicked with me. I spun in a circle, and it spun too, a dizzying vortex of darkness. The sun was climbing higher, its rays now spilling over the canyon rim, bathing the scene in a brilliant, unforgiving light. The light that I, a painter, had come here to worship, had now become my tormentor. It was the very thing that gave this parasite its form, that made its presence undeniable. My mind reeled, grasping for the dream. We can share the sun. The words echoed in my head, no longer a whisper, but a triumphant roar. This was what he wanted. He didn't want to share. He wanted to take. I had to get away. The thought was a singular, burning imperative. My truck. My keys were in my pocket. It was a quarter. Mike back through the canyon to where I'd parked it. A walk I'd enjoyed just the day before, marveling at the geological wonders around me. Now, it was a gauntlet, an impossible distance. I pushed myself to my feet, my legs feeling strangely weak, unsteady. I looked down. The sight that met my eyes sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. My own shadow, the familiar, lifelong companion that had always been there, was changing. It was flickering like a faulty projection. Its edges were losing their definition, the solid blackness of it turning into a translucent, watery gray. It looked like a dying flame, a wisp of smoke about to be blown away. In stark contrast, the man's shadow was growing darker, more solid. The blackness of it was absolute, a patch of pure void against the sunlit sand. It was drinking my shadow. It was feeding on my presence in the light. A sudden, draining weakness washed over me, so profound it buckled my knees. It was a physical sensation, a hollowing out from the inside. It felt as if my very life force, my substance, was being siphoned away, drawn out through the soles of my feet into the thirsty, waiting darkness attached to them. The cold from the dream returned, not on my skin, but deep in my bones, a chilling, internal winter. I knew then, with a terrifying, soul-deep certainty, what was happening. He didn't have a shadow of his own, this creature trapped in the glass. A shadow is proof of existence, a mark left on the world by a solid form standing in the light. He had none, so he was taking mine. No, the word was a choked sob. I began to run, or I tried to. My legs felt like they were made of smoke, my movements sluggish and heavy, as if I were moving through deep water. Each step was a monumental effort. The canyon, once my sanctuary, was now a prison. Its beautiful rock walls mocking my feeble attempt at escape. I stumbled, fell to my knees, and crawled, my hands digging into the coarse sand, my breath coming in ragged, painful sobs. The twin shadows crawled with me. I risked a glance behind me. The mirror lay where I had dropped it, near my tent, its Its surface was no longer reflective. The glass, which had shown me my own terrified face and the impossible shadow, was now a dull, opaque gray like a blind eye. The life, the magic, the curse, whatever had been inside it, was leaving. It was pouring into the shadow. It was pouring into me. I am writing this now with a hand that trembles, so violently I can barely form the letters. I found my journal and a pen in my pack, a desperate, perhaps final, act of documentation. An artist's instinct to capture the moment, even if the moment is the end of everything. I am sitting with my back against a rock, the sun climbing higher and higher in the sky. A relentless, golden eye in a sea of blue. The process is accelerating. The man's shadow is almost completely solid now, a perfect, sharp, edged silhouette. My own is barely a whisper on the sand, a faint, grayish stain that is fading with every passing second. The feeling of coldness has intensified, and my body feels transparent. I held my hand up to the sun, and I could almost see the light passing through it. The vibrant, living colors of my own skin seem muted, washed out. I tried to run again, but I couldn't. My legs wouldn't obey. They have no strength, no substance. It feels as if the connection between my mind and my body is fraying, the threads snapping one by one. The mirror on the sand has gone completely dead. Its surface is a void, a flat, featureless gray that absorbs the brilliant desert light without returning any of it. Its purpose is served. The prisoner has been released. The trap has been sprung. Something has just happened. The man's shadow, the solid, black silhouette, has detached from my feet. It peeled away from me with a horrifying, silent grace. It's standing on its own now, a freestanding patch of darkness on the sun-drenched sand. It holds a perfect human form, tall and thin, a three-dimensional absence of light. It turned to face me. It has no features, no eyes, no mouth, but I can feel it. I can feel it looking at me. I can feel it smiling, a triumphant, silent smile of possession and release. My own shadow is gone. I look down at my feet, at the ground all around me. There is nothing there. The sun is beating down on me, hot and bright, and I cast no shadow at all. It is as if I'm no longer solid enough to block the light. The sun is shining right through me. I think I'm starting to fade. The world is losing its focus, the sharp edges of the rocks blurring into a soft haze. The vibrant colors of the canyon are turning pale, as if a painter were slowly adding white to every pigment on the palette. My own thoughts are becoming slow, distant echoes. The terror is still there, but it's a cold, quiet thing now, a settled dread at the bottom of a deep, empty well. The shadow man is taking a step, and another. He is moving away from me, walking towards the mouth of the canyon, towards the world. He walks with a purpose, a new, found freedom. He has a shadow now. My shadow. He is solid in this world, and I am becoming the reflection. The whisper, the ghost trapped in the glass. The desert is so quiet, and the sun is so very bright.